win his first Australian Open?
First set.
Or will it be this wonderful Italian? Started the tournament as a contender. Will he emerge as the champion? We're about to find out.
Ready? Play.
Okay, first things first, Medvedev up on the baseline, hugging it.
15.
We know that in the past, Jannik has served a lot slower on his second serve because Medvedev plays from deep. That's already extracted a pretty quick second serve from Sinner, almost 160 Ks coming in. And the same thing on the first serve return position from Medvedev on the ad side. He has stepped up about 2-3 meters.
He's a wily customer.
We're about to enter the Medvedev maze. Confirmation of that time that they have been on court. And right there is the rhythm that Medvedev doesn't like. He doesn't like to play from close to the baseline, not hit a great return, and then have to retreat and start moving backwards.
C15. Game.
No sign of nerves there.
And that's been the shot that's had the most work done to it. I mean, he's had a footwork change last year. If you go back and watch Jannik, he was serving with a platform position where you don't move your feet. He always used to use a pinpoint, but he tried to change it. The actual service motion itself has changed dramatically. It went from a longer to a shorter kind of swing, and the ball toss has changed as well. But it has been one of the reasons why he has been right at the top of the game for the last 3 months, beating everybody. And perhaps that's why we've already seen a shift from Medvedev at the start of this final.
Led for service. Fifteen love.
I'm curious to see how Medvedev goes about his second serve tonight, because there's no question it's been a little shaky throughout the course of the tournament. We've seen consecutive double faults on numerous occasions. Cannot afford that.
Third C15. 40-15. Let's second service.
It was strange though in the semi-final, Wally. He served 5 in the first set, and they came in bunches, didn't they? And there was no real reason to me. And as the match went on, he barely served one.
Been a fast starter in this tournament, Sinner off the return, and Medvedev had to do well here to try and scramble to safety. Gilles Savara already looking a little nervous.
Advantage, Medvedev.
This will be the slight difference for Jannik today, is the flatter hit coming in from Medvedev. If he can keep the length, it's just going to be at a slightly more awkward height.
Cain, Medvedev. One game on.
Seeing how he had dropped outside the world's top 10 after the Australian Open last year, Medvedev. However, right off the back of that, he went on a run that included 5 consecutive finals. He won 3 tournaments in a row. 5 consecutive finals, by the way, hadn't been done for 42 years. Ivan Lendl had been the last player to achieve that particular milestone. Started in Rotterdam, ended in Miami. You won't see a lot of backhands down the line from Medvedev tonight. Eric Hernandez, fitness trainer, and Gaetan Bado is physio on the left of his picture as we take a wind through Sinner's box. Simone Vagnozzi on the right of a man everyone in Australia knows well, Darren Cahill.
Love 30.
He doesn't give a lot away, Darren. We saw him 40 minutes before the start of this match. He was just quietly sitting up with the group, not saying much, keeping things close to their chest. He's a man of experience these days, isn't he?
Petch, you talked about the trajectory, and there is no question it is bothering Sinner just ever so slightly. He's not quite as ferocious off his ground shots, a little bit tentative. We saw the one shank off a low forehand. He's not enjoying his lower balls just yet.
All these returns are going initially to the Sinner forehand. From this first court, his backhand, he's angling away. Seems to want to go to the forehand first here, Medvedev, rather than play the stock standard back down the line to the Sinner backhand on the first hit. So he's obviously got a strategy in mind there.
That's Medvedev at his absolute best. And he's the first one to make the move in this final. Gets the break, 2-1.
Medvedev leads 2-1.
He has an amazing amount of control off a very flat backhand for that pass cross court. Amazing how often you will watch Medvedev under pressure on that backhand side. You kind of want to give him the cross court because you don't think it's on, and somehow he has the skill set to be able to stretch you out like that.
Well, he has a flatter trajectory than most, doesn't he? And he's an interesting player because of that. Bit of a throwback in a way, but geez, a good timer of the ball, and he hits so many balls over the course of a year. No wonder he doesn't miss many of those.
Just to show you what's going on out here on the court, that's what we're here for, hopefully, is the fact that this is what Sinner served like against Medvedev last year in 2023 on his second serve. He's been serving at 160 Ks coming in here. He would have been expecting Medvedev to have been deep again so he could just take a bit of pace off, but he's pretty much had to match his tournament average so far in these opening couple of service games because of Medvedev coming up on the baseline. He is a strategic genius. And you kind of need to be when you hit the ball as slowly and as flat as Medvedev does. But of course, the first serve does simplify a lot of things for him. So impressive.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it?
40 love.
Not the most conventional volleyer in terms of technique, but he always knows where his racket face is, and that's the secret in the end.
Game, Medvedev.
There's not a lot that isn't unorthodox about the way that Daniel plays this game.
Yeah, and the way he goes about it, by the way, as well.
Not seeing any sleepy shots from Medvedev either. He's on everything. He's hitting everything sort of up around his 75, 80%. No junk. Everything's low and flat and hard.
Locketing.
Giacomo Naldi on the left of your picture, the physio for Yannick Sinner, used to work for the Bologna Basketball Club, and Umberto Ferrara is his fitness trainer. He used to work with Samsonova and Marco Cecchinato, who made the semi-finals of Roland Garros.
Right now, Sinner needs this game, doesn't he? He needs to get back into this first set and re-establish himself. Already down a break. Certainly the early momentum with Medvedev here.
Wally, just quickly, do you think this change from Medvedev is off the back of the 3 losses, or do you think that perhaps he wants to keep the points shorter tonight because of the time it's taken and effort to get to this stage?
I think a combination of the two, but you know, I think he's had a little taste of this return over the course of a few matches, and it's been successful for him, and it's almost like there's a little light bulb that there's advantages to be had.
Fitzy said it was imperative that Sinner grab that game, and so he has. Medvedev still with the advantage, 3-2. As I say, the serve has been a big change for Yannick. He's moved it a lot. He used to be a platform server here last year. Look at his back foot on this little one. It's going to come in. The racket goes wide of his body. It used to last year as well. They brought it back behind his right knee. The ball toss is straightened up. That is good driving there. Look at that. Fast arm. He's only 15th in the tournament in terms of how fast he can throw his arm at the ball. But look at this from leg drive. Only Hurkacz has a slightly better leg drive than Yannick Sinner. That's what's allowed him to get the load in the legs. This is something that we haven't done before in tennis as well. Having a look at the sort of the skeleton, what it's actually doing and providing. And if you don't believe me in those numbers about the serve, just go and look at the quote from Andy Roddick, because he said the whole purpose and fundamentals of the serve and the speed come from the legs.
Time.
That is a glorious sight. Another beautiful day in Melbourne. Absolutely perfect for the men's final, and perfect for these fans that have got ground passes sitting outside looking on the screens. Look at them all adding to the occasion, adding to the atmosphere.
That's phenomenal pitch, isn't it? Inside, we've just come from outside. It is almost as packed in several sections of the ground, mind you. Well, who do you feel is hitting the ball heavier down there? Is it coming off Sinner's racket a little bit heavier? No.
Well, heavy. He's definitely got more rotations on the ball, but he's kind of nursing his shots a little bit because of the trajectory. And I feel as though Medvedev has just upped his pace, not his revolutions, but his pace from previous matches.
What a mover this man is for the height he is.
15-all.
You know, it's been a great month working with you two, and whenever you ask, as we see a little look at this particular last rally here, and look at that slide from Jannik, something a little bit special. Ask and you will receive about the weight of shot and the speed of shot that's coming in. And it is absolutely fascinating. Look at those numbers.
Gee, I wouldn't have picked that. Certainly not before the match started.
No, before the match started, Sinner has Medvedev off both sides 10 Ks quicker.
Yeah, that's amazing. So Medvedev has stepped it up, obviously. And maybe he feels like he's got to rush the Italian. He's like a chameleon, isn't he?
Yep.
He adapts to whoever he plays against.
40-15.
Comes up with a different game plan. I'm fascinated also where he's standing on his returns. And I might go to Wally there in a little while.
And just for context, he averaged 122 Ks off his forehand side last year, Medvedev. So that is a significant uptick in risk profile on that shot.
But you remember too against Zverev, he was almost feeding Zverev a little bit of junk to Zverev's forehand, just giving him the off-pace ball. Haven't seen it tonight. Everything's been flat, hard, and direct and consistent. And Jannik, he's having to nurse his ground strokes. He's having to respect the trajectory and pace.
And no sign of any issue recovering from that 5 sets the other night. He's quick at the moment, getting the ball early and balanced. Pinpoint accuracy there on his ground strokes. Sinner is under the pump here early.
Not
sure. Medvedev needs to run around that backhand to take that forehand. It put him way out of court. The backhand's been so good early. He can cover less ground to hit that shot.
Does love to play that patient long game, does Medvedev. He's not somebody that loves making a host of unforced errors, but perhaps against somebody like Sinner who doesn't mind a bit of rhythmic tennis, that's not the worst outcome for him. As long as his psyche can handle it. have many of those to load up on. Sinner devastating in that part of the court, still trying to track Medvedev down. We can't underestimate just how nervous Jannik must have been feeling for the last sort of 48 hours as well coming into this. I mean, this is a momentous evening for him.
Well, it is. And when you put it in the context of two other Italians winning majors before, Mark, it is a massive thing for him. In the semi-finals, he didn't show any signs of worry, did he? He faced that adversity so well for a young person. He beat Novak Djokovic in a semi-final. He'd never been beaten before here in 10 other occasions. Djokovic, every time he gets the semi at the Australian Open, it seems like he wins, and he did until 2 days ago. So he handled that situation. But when you get to the final, on the precipice of winning your first major championship, that's the goal of every young tennis player, to win a major. This is his first real chance at it. It is a big occasion. And he's playing a wily customer, someone who is very difficult to beat. And someone who's had more experience at this level than he has.
With the new balls, Medvedev leading 4-3.
15 love.
Nobody in tennis perhaps alters the terms of engagement as well as Medvedev does with what he possesses. He's done that already tonight. For him, an unpredictable outcome is not an argument for inaction. He's making things happen. He's tilting the balance in his favour.
Gee, Mark, how well has he started, Medvedev? He's got the ball on a string at the moment, and unlike his previous match against Zverev, where he did serve 5 double faults in the first set, they came in bunches. He's only served 1 and 5 aces and unreturnables, and he's pinpointing ground strokes as well.
Cain, Medvedev.
He's been the better player in this first set so far.
6 aces as well on his side of the net, and there is not a lot Sinner can do about getting into these service games at the moment. And just to give you a little flavour here, Wally, sorry just to stop you there, but this was what we thought was going to come in here. We thought Sinner was going to dominate off the ground with the pace, and Medvedev was going to absorb with his unique style of play. But as we've seen and shown you already, it's Medvedev being the one that's proactive out here. Best set you've seen Daniel play, Wally, this tournament?
I was just going to say, it's gold from Daniil, absolute gold. You know, you talk about a plan, but to execute this well in a final is amazing. You know, when Jannik won his first service game, I thought, he's on the board, he looks good, he looked good in the warm-up, he looks fine, but I think he's nervous, you know. He has not settled. The last time he served from this end, his first serve was about 2.5 meters long. I haven't seen that all tournament. It's a combination of what Medvedev is giving him and the occasion.
15 all. Fifteen 30. Thank you.
Well, it's a slightly weird looking style, but right now it is absolutely beautiful. Just over half an hour gone. Medvedev with a couple of set points.
He's certainly got intent to go off with the backhand, doesn't it, to send his forehand wing. He deliberately stepped back here and tried to hit the off backhand. It's an unusual ploy, but there's absolutely a reason that he thinks he can go into that forehand side. Maybe he thinks that can open up the court for him. He got lucky there. He certainly anticipated the right way, but the drop shot was poor. And Medvedev would like to have this one back. He just goes the wrong way here. What a player this guy is, wow. The forehand down the line would set up a winning point for against most players, but the first chip and then the way he held that forehand, clever. He could have hit this earlier, he holds it and then whips it down the line. You got to admire this guy's skill.
Game in first set.
It's not just the coffee in Melbourne that's magic. It's also Medvedev. Breathtaking start, 6-3. Oh, Wally, apart from the actual shot making, as master classes go with strategy, that was about as on point as you can get.
Oh, it's just unbelievable how well he played. Took the ball on the rise. That whole set, it looked like Medvedev was hitting down on the ball and Sinner was being forced to hit up on the ball. And Sinner looked like he was hitting his ground shots without trust. We'll just have a look at the numbers there. Pretty impressive from Medvedev. You know, we talk about Sinner.
Very interesting there. Rublev hit a fairly routine cross-court backhand.
Oh, he found his range. He's on a roll and he's on a mission. Hasn't won the Australian Open yet. He's been in the final twice before, suffered incredible disappointment both times. And his goal is to not let that happen again. The start of this second set, quite imperative, I think.
Medvedev to serve.
Plenty of movement. Boys are just playing. Didn't win the point, Sinner, but played the whole point from the Melbourne side. So will he play a bit deeper? Will he try to extend the rallies, play with a bit more flight?
Well, he's got two choices, hasn't he, Wally, to do that, to try and extend the rallies, which Medvedev is awfully good at, but, or maybe at some stage he might even go up a bit closer, maybe. Just try to outpower Medvedev from the back. But at the moment, he's spraying a few too many, isn't he? Isn't it funny how tennis matches can get momentum going one way? One player can feel like he's got out of the right side of the bed. The other one can feel like he's got out of the wrong side sometimes. And there's a bit of that here. Medvedev feels like he's moving well, timing the ball well. Everything's clear in his head.
40 love.
Maybe the opposite is true here of Jannik Sinner in the early stages.
I don't know what being in the zone is, but I think Medvedev's in it.
Well, you've never been in it, obviously, Wally. I thought that's what Wally was saying.
Well, I've been in restricted zones, but I've never been in this zone.
First game, second set.
We won't talk about your past live on air, Wally. Not much good news for Sinner at the moment. He's 0-7 against top tenors at Grand Slams, having dropped the opening set, found it very difficult to come back into it. And as they're looking for any crumbs of comfort, Darren and Simone. Actually, Simone also made his name as a coach with Marco Cecchinato and that run through to the semi-finals of the French Open. And Daniel, when he grabs the opening set on a hard court at Grand Slam, is 50-1. And perhaps that is only the little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for Jannik, because it did happen on this court, the one loss against Rafa back in 2022.
We expect a lot of Yannick. He's only 22 years of age, but you've mentioned Rafa. We've talked about Novak and, of course, Roger. You know, we probably don't give them enough credit for the adversity and the resilience that they had. So we'll learn a bit about Yannick right here.
So my feeling is that Wally enjoyed that
30
from Sinner's point of view. He extended the rally.
But you know that feeling, Fitzy, when everything's just happening fast and you don't feel like you're in control. Sometimes you just got to hit a lot of balls, or try to hit a lot of balls. Sweat, get yourself into it. Feel like it's a different contest. Buy some time. Look where he is. Medvedev up around the baseline all night long.
Can't overestimate just how difficult this must be for Sinner to make that adjustment to. He's so used to playing Medvedev from downtown on those returns, and all of a sudden it's flashing back to him with that flat hit low underneath his knees.
Wow. Well, sometimes the opposition causes this. It's the matchup. It might be the trajectory of Medvedev's balls coming in lower. But certainly Yannick is out of sorts here compared to some of his, or most of his earlier rounds. A simple back away forehand there, that's his bread and butter. Just looks hurried, and first negative body language there towards his box. A bit confused.
30-40.
Come on. That's Darren Cowell's voice you can hear there. Gesturing to his box that he didn't quite know what to do right now. And Darren's voice a little anxious, trying to rev him up. Oh, he's come up with a good point when he absolutely needed to.
Yes.
You always need something a little unique in your game, and Yannick has that on that forehand side. He actually goes bigger down the line more often than not than he does go cross-court over the low part of the net, which is somewhat counterintuitive. But it was huge for him there. It didn't give Medvedev time to recover.
Well, surely when these players, they hit so many balls and they're so good at their craft, the best in the world. Their best tennis is only just under the surface if they haven't found it early. So it's there. It's waiting.
One of the things that Jannik was able to introduce in those 3 straight wins over Medvedev at the last year was the serve and volley. And one of the ways he was allowed to serve and volley was because Medvedev was too stubborn to stay up on the baseline and take that particular play away against him. He was hugely successful up at the net, Jannik, against Medvedev. And obviously, what has changed here tonight is the fact that Medvedev has taken 4 meters out of his return position, and he stopped Jannik being able to serve and volley. Just wonder whether Sinner may be able to do it now he sees a few more block returns coming back from Daniil.
And Petch, I was thinking about that. You know, I still think there's scope for serve volley, but maybe it's body serve volley. I'd probably like to see a couple of kickers out wide too as a first serve. You know, just heavy, 165, 160 possibly, but heavy kickers as a first serve, and slide it out wide to the forehand court, but slow it down. You know, just serve it a little differently, given where Medvedev is standing.
Will that point stay in our memory? He feels like he's on the verge here, Medvedev, of busting this match wide open. What a clutch defensive attitude there Sinner had. And in the end, he's a little lucky to get away with it.
Fitzy, I was right side on with Medvedev there, and I thought he's going to miss this because he wound up to it like it was a serve. There wasn't that real direct takeaway. He sort of had a bit of a wind-up, and I thought he's not going to catch up to that ball. And he didn't.
Oh, my goodness me.
Advantage.
He's on a mission here, Pitch. Oh, that's an extraordinary winner right there.
Yeah.
Off the back foot, not fully balanced. I mean, as soon as you saw it, your body language in the box here was amazed.
Darren Cahill wisely saying, try and weather this storm. He knows how good this is from Medvedev right now. That is another one that goes begging for Medvedev.
Well, I think that advice from Darren is probably all you could say right now.
Yes.
Weather the storm, because Medvedev is on a mission. He's playing every point well. And this is a mighty big game, a huge game in the context, I think, of this final. Hold on here, they're telling him. Things will change.
Advantage, Medvedev.
Let's not forget, Jannik Sinner came into this final having drop serve just twice out of 88 service games. He's in danger of already losing it for a third time.
Deuce.
Very skillful shot from Sinner.
It was a skillful shot from Medvedev too there to get that ball so deep.
He'd lost his previous 2 points at the net though, and I mean, I don't know how you can retreat and change direction. He just had to keep coming and cop the pass, maybe.
Advantage, Sinner.
I've been cheering hope more than anything else so far in this final, but maybe we're going to get a little shift.
Cain, Sinner.
He mishit that, by the way. That wasn't out of the middle, but what a hold that game was. A brave hold from Jannik Sinner.
One game.
And it was vital, you would imagine.
Good mentality there, mate. Well done. Stay aggressive.
You can hear Darren there clearly saying now, well done, stay aggressive. Now, that came off the end of the frame, that one. It's all a new experience for this young man.
Let for service. Ball, please.
Virtual stampede in the crowd, and the boys just play on there.
How good is it?
Yeah, it was a let, but, you know, there's a lot of movement.
You're referring to the new rule.
Yeah, fantastic.
All the players have to do is get used to it. Two of the best in the world here, and they're not even thinking twice about continuing play.
Fifteen love.
Still a little confusion down this side of the net to how to play out here. Not for Medvedev at the moment. There was a man that understood momentum in tennis matches better than anyone.
Love.
Well, he may still be behind in this game, in this set after this game, Sinner, but he'll be very thankful it's not a break.
Let's for service.
About 1,000 RPMs difference between Medvedev's flat forehand, which he has, and his backhand, and I just wonder whether he is using his backhand more than his forehand, which he does at times over the course of an entire season as well, to keep that ball low and use the net as very much a protector from his side of the court, not allow Sinner to be aggressive like Darren wants him to be. And he's done a good job of putting that previous return game behind him quickly. Medvedev 2-1.
Did you see in that previous game there was two backhands from Sinner? One was low into the net, the other one was high and long. Both of them were a consequence, different result, but a consequence of just not the trust. It was just not the racket head speed. And that's what this trajectory of Medvedev's is doing to him. It's eroding his trust to really throw his racket at the ball that we've been so used to over the course of the tournament. Fascinating to watch. For me, can Medvedev sustain? This has not been nothing short of brilliant. Can he sustain it?
Well, I think the question is, can he sustain it to absolutely this level? There's no reason he's not going to play well for the rest of this match, but this is quite extraordinary, this period. But one thing that Jannik Sinner can take into this next game is the fact he's still not down a break here. Things have been going against him. His opponent is playing out of his shoes. He's not up to scratch yet by his normal standards of this tournament, but he's still not down a break in this second set. His goal now is to think about game by game on his serve and claw his way back into this. Change the momentum over time.
For Sinner, it's not about moving ahead at the moment. It's about staying with Medvedev.
Love 15. Left for service.
As much as we're looking at a bit of a drop for Medvedev, when he gets hot, he is red hot. He's had a couple of great runs in his career of winning streaks. And back in Paris 2020 through to the final of the Australian Open in 2021, where he lost to Djokovic. He went on a 20-match win streak, of which 12 of those victories came against top tennis.
Wally, how do you feel Sinner's movement is so far tonight? Is he a fraction off with his movement, or is it just that he's being rushed a little bit?
Fitzy, I think at first I would have said he was a little nervous, but it's hard to believe that nerves are still there. I mean, there's obviously a bit of trepidation given the scoreline, but I just think it's this low, flat, deep trajectory is sort of disrupting his normal footwork patterns and the way he likes to play. I would like to see Jannik use his serve a little differently. It's not on song tonight. I mean, he served awfully well against Novak. Novak did not get one break point, but there's some big misses. You know, he's not spot serving. It's almost like he wants to blow the ball by Medvedev, who's soaking it up nicely. I'd like to see, you know, slider wide, kicker wide, first serve, hit your spots, serve and volley, body.
He gets a free point there, and that's like gold at this stage of the match. But yes, he's not hitting his spots as well as he was against Novak. His serve down the middle against Novak I thought was outstanding, and also the wide one was better than tonight too, to the first court. So they're the serves I'm noticing the most. But yeah, he needs to up the ante. He's only had 2 aces to his name so far. Seems like the first 2 hits of every rally, Medvedev goes to the center forehand to me.
Yes.
He's hitting more returns to the center forehand than he would normally, I think, to most players.
I reckon that was a classic time. 40-30, you're ahead in the count. Throwing something different. Big, high, heavy first serve out wide. Just try to get it out of his strike zone, and then you might get the flow to reply. It's all a bit same.
Just another world, though, isn't it, from the way that we've seen Medvedev play in this tournament. I mean, again, the change, his length in that entire rally, just stopping Sinner getting on the front foot.
Did you see the first return? Like Sinner's, he's going onto the back foot, head up in the air. He can't smother the ball with racqueted speed that he normally likes to do.
And it's a deserving lead in the second for Medvedev as he breaks Sinner for a 3rd time more than any of the previous opponents combined had managed to do against the Italian. And is the light diminishing here in Melbourne at the same rate as the Italians' chances?
Well, I think Wally's referring to Sinner having to deal with the low trajectory and the depth. Both issues. It's tough to time that ball. You know, I understand that to a degree because back in our day, pitch. Forgive me for saying this, but Jimmy Connors had a trajectory like that. And it was so difficult to play Jimmy. He had this magnificent timing that where the ball would always be deep and low, and it almost felt like you were half volleying the ball all the time. Tough to step up and be aggressive on the ground stroke. Maybe that's what he's feeling here, Sinner. Gee, he's just all over Jannik Sinner at the moment, isn't he?
30 love.
Well, it's one thing to alter the term of engagement from what you expect as an opponent, and it's another thing to execute it as efficiently as he's doing. He's almost a metre closer to the baseline in terms of his contact point for every single rally. I mean, imagine changing that as an elite sports person. The lack of time that you're potentially going to get, different flight of ball coming at you. And he has made that adjustment, and he has been absolutely perfect. And he continues to be so. Sinner being blindsided by the brilliance of Medvedev. He trails by a set and 4-1.
Medvedev leads 4 games to 1.
And Wally, in sport we talk a lot about mindset, but honestly isn't it? More about being porous and pliable, being persuadable that the one way you want to play isn't necessarily going to work, and surely that's what we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, Petch, that feeling when you're on a court, you know, the 1,000-yard stare. Sinner hasn't quite got it yet, but you can guarantee his mind is racing. It's not point by point. He's just completely frazzled. He's not being allowed to play the way he would like to play. So the first thing he has to do is slow his mind down and think his way through the situation. And that starts with the serve. In men's tennis, you've got to hold your serve. He's not serving well. He's not spot serving. You've got to get that right. If that gets right, the rest of your game can start to flow.
Floodlights are on, spotlight very much on the Italian as well. It's been a nice push in recent years from the Italian men. Of course, they're trailing in the wake of the golden generation of Italian women. Francesca Schiavone won the French Open in 2010. Flavia Pannetta, US Open champion in 2015. You had Roberta Vinci, who was the US Open runner-up in 2010. Sarah Arani, the French Open runner-up in 2012 as well. There was so much excitement.
Stay aggressive, mate. Come on, come on. Try to take the net away from him.
Darren once again handing out the advice. Alex Vito, who's just behind Darren Cahill, incidentally, has been a childhood friend of Jannik Sinner since he was 12, a former player and a big part of the camp as well. Darren, so there's Alex at the back right. You got Lawrence Frankopan just over the back of the gentleman in the yellow t-shirt. Roberta is fitness trainer. Lawrence with good foresight to see the potential in Jannik Sinner before signing up to work with Starwin, the management group. Fitzy, how do you take the net away from Jannik? I mean, Darren, that's a great idea. It's a great theory, but how do you do it?
Well, he's getting beaten in every facet, not just the net. I don't think that means that Jannik's got to start going to the net a lot himself. I just think he's got to be better from the back to keep Medvedev at bay a little bit and then find his feet like Wally wants. He's got to start playing better, somehow hitting more balls in the court and hitting his ground strokes like we've seen him for the last 2 weeks. But this is not a simple thing. He's being outplayed really in every facet, and his mind would be racing, as Wally said. I think tactically, he has to think competitively that he has to just stay there as long as he can. He's got to hope that Medvedev comes off a bit, but he has to start playing better himself. Making more balls, being more aggressive, making the lower percentage ground strokes down the line more. And I don't mind a serve and volley occasionally, but I'm not sure that's going to be stock standard play here. Goodness me. Well, you can't say that Jannik Sinner did anything wrong there.
15,
Can you?
14.
No. Another luminous piece of skill.
But that's a little bit of the scoreboard now talking, isn't it? He's got the luxury of a set and a break. He's playing awfully well. He'll take a few chances.
And you know, it's funny looking at Gilles Savara in the box over there. They don't even want to move. It's almost like there's a spell out there at the moment, and they want to stay as still as possible and not break it. Medvedev, however, looking to break again.
Game, Medvedev.
And there was the change up from Jannik Sinner. But he's having to hit a first volley a lot further back than he normally is against Medvedev, who has just controlled the valuable real estate here. And he was awfully close to that trophy back in 2022. And it looks as though he's going to be in exactly the same situation in a game's time. 2 sets to love up in the final of the Australian Open.
Well, he's just simply on a mission. This is an extraordinary display. He's taken 2 heavy losses here, hasn't he, in finals with adversity. On one occasion, the crowd certainly wasn't with him. Okay, he took that return earlier, did Sinner, and was back on Medvedev quicker. I would have thought too that there might be a slight favouritism to the youngster here. I mean, the Australian crowd likes Medvedev, but they've really warmed to this young Italian too. And Medvedev's taken the crowd totally out of this. They're all in shock at the moment, I think. First bit of atmosphere for a while down there.
40.
Sinner looking to sustain a pulse in this second set. I mean, how good has his net game been?
Well, he's just a class act. I mean, you wouldn't
30-40.
You wouldn't put his technique in a copybook, would you?
You might put it in a coffee book.
Yeah, you might.
Or a cooking book.
But it's just the fact that he knows where his racket face is. He's a clever tennis player and has control over his hand-eye coordination. It's fantastic to watch.
McPherson likes it. More importantly, the Italian fans like it, and it is 5-2 though still. Medvedev as Sinner tries to hunt him down. A long way to go, but that is the first step potentially for Jannik Sinner.
Well, it's highly likely he's going to be down 2 sets to love anyway. But he has to make a stand. He has to try and change the momentum to a degree before the start of the third, even if he loses the second set.
Agree, Fitzy. Every game here is valuable. It's a long, long way home still from here, but he's just got to take something out of Medvedev. He's just got to bring him off the boil. Another hold, a bit more pressure on the next game. Anything to prolong this set.
Time.
Well, of course, the matches and the headlines that are written throughout the course of the 2 weeks make this tournament special, but more importantly, so have the fans. Crammed in, every single seat taken for this particular final. And the Italian fans perhaps not having it their way at the start here, but I think even them silently can appreciate just how great Medvedev has been. He has one of the highest tennis IQs and normal IQs out there, and he loves to make it a battle of wits, and he is certainly not unarmed in that department. Can Sinner respond? Wasn't maybe as slow as you wanted Wally out wide there, but that was kind of the location you've been calling for.
He does like to bomb it out there, and that's pretty effective if you get it right. But he was actually serve volleying too. Interesting.
Well, he has to do something different, Wally, doesn't he? Because this is not working. And, you know, a bit of variation. And the great players can do it. If they're not winning in one facet of their game or tactically one way, they need to be able to change. If you can't change, you become limited and a bit one-dimensional. But he has to try something here.
Well, Fitzy, he can't go through him. He can't get around him. I think he's got to try to just get the ball out of his strike zone with different shapes.
He might have to drop the shoulder at the change of ends. Wally likes a bit of biffo too, by the way, Petch. I'm only kidding.
It's new balls here, guys, and, you know, Sinner's got a couple of cheap points off the first serve. This will help, but how was that last point from Medvedev with the new balls? Just no hesitation, full of confidence.
It was a slower second serve that got up a little bit.
Behind the silence of this young Italian is always defiance, and he's showing it now.
Left for service.
So that serve he used beautifully against Djokovic. He'd throw the wide one in, the fast wide one usually, but he used that beautifully. Got a lot of winning points down there, and we haven't seen it much tonight. The first sign of a change in momentum. Doesn't mean it's going to be a full reversal, but this little change was absolutely necessary for the young Italian. Well, now it's a bit interesting.
Love 30.
He was anxious, wasn't he, to get forward there quickly. He came in on a ball that wasn't that effective there, Medvedev.
15-30.
It's not easy when you have to make it happen. No room for error for Sinner. And the first period in the match where this man has had to experience a little undertow. For the most part, he's been riding the crest of a wave. The first bit of frailty from Medvedev. Can Sinner capitalize? Darren knows, as does everyone feel it, that if he can get the break here, things are going to look and feel very different for Medvedev, having led 5-1 in this second set. A first serve that once again underlined how nervous he's feeling.
Advantage Medvedev.
Sinner wanting solutions, Medvedev wanting the security of the end of set. Set point number 2. Well, he was flying for the most part in that second set. He ended up stumbling over the finishing line, but Medvedev in the end leads 2-0 here in Melbourne. Well, if Sinner can see the glass half full at the end of that second set, which will be difficult in his first ever major, managing all of that, there was a sense that Medvedev is feeling the pressure of the occasion tonight as well. Having said that, he found just enough good tennis and certainly enough good serves to push himself ahead and take that second set in 49 minutes.
Well, at 6-3, 5-1, it was a landslide. But there was a slight momentum change at the end, and I think that's imperative if we're going to have a match here. The outstanding favourite now, though, Medvedev. 2 sets to love. There are times in your career when you come back from that, and there are a few times you lose from that position, but it's not a common occurrence. So he has to be the outstanding favourite now. But at least Sinner did change the momentum slightly at the back end of that second set.
Sinner once again, just eyes glued on his camp. I just wonder whether he's looking for too much from them at the moment. Everybody outside looking at the big screen, enjoying themselves, having their last party of this 15-day extravaganza here in Melbourne. And a big thanks to everybody that has come and made the atmosphere and the entertainment so great. So many little things on the side here from Tennis Australia to make the day out for these fans just so good. And obviously just the short walk back into the city makes this one of the most, and if not the most accessible Grand Slam of the year. The popularity of the event itself has never been in question. It's just been great to see the floodgates open once again and maximise everything that has happened. What and where does Jannik Sinner go from here? Once before here in Australia only has he come back from 2 sets to love down Marton Fucsovics. He did that comfortably last year, but he's lost the other 8 times he's found himself in this situation.
Hedge, there was a stat there where Jannik's gotten 65% of his first serves in, but he's only winning 50% of the points, and it kind of gets me back to that idea that he's not serving well against his opponent. It might work well against the majority of the draw, but got to slow things down, be a little more accurate and hit your spots. Everything's coming on to the Medvedev racket. He's getting that first good strike. I could safely say there was 3 points in that last game where Sinner looked like Sinner, and that's been about it so far today. So where does he start from here? Well, he holds onto his serve at all costs. We've seen a few serve volleys. He's got to serve smartly, not just hard. He's got to serve smartly, hang onto his serve. Some scoreboard pressure, 3 or 4, all the crowd gets involved. Somehow turn the wheel.
Ball. 15-all.
Tough enough to try and win your first major. This is his 17th try. Took Federer 17 times to win his first major, that coming at Wimbledon in 2003.
Third, 15.
It's not also that easy to win your second as well. Medvedev, this is his 8th major since winning his first one in New York. Took Djokovic 12 times to win his second.
Ball. Forty 13. Service game, third set.
First step in a long journey for Jannik Sinner, accomplished very nicely. Good composure on that finishing shot from him.
I've got to say, I've been a little stunned on this court 3 times. Think of Alcaraz v Zverev, the first 2 sets, Djokovic v Sinner, the first 2 sets, and the first 2 sets here tonight. I mean, it was just hard to see it coming. Something in the air in Melbourne.
Wally, I think there's something in the saying, though, you know, if you keep knocking on the door through your careers, at some stage it opens. Well, it hasn't opened yet for Medvedev here. Yes, it did at the US Open, but he's been knocking, and he's coming knocking again. One day it opens. It will for Sinner too.
Let for service.
Didn't open for Andy, did it? 5 times the finalist here.
No, it didn't open.
Couldn't have knocked any harder.
It was quite cruel, actually, for Andy. But look at the players he had to play in the final, and you get an idea.
And that's been a little bit similar for Medvedev. Obviously got past Novak in 2021 US Open. Obviously a strange situation for Novak as well, as he was going for the calendar Grand Slam that particular year, but he's lost to Rafa in 2019, Medvedev in the final of the US Open, Novak here in 21. Rafa from 2 sets to love up here in 2022, and of course Novak last year in New York again.
And in a way, he would look at this matchup as one that provides a bigger opportunity than all of those others, as good as this young player is, Sinner. And I think as great as he will become.
40-30.
These are the points, the pivot points that he just hasn't been able to play his best at in this final so far, Sinner.
Well, it is an unusual scoring system that we have in our sport.
1 game over.
It's not over till it's over, and it can go another 30 minutes, or it can be prolonged for another 3 hours. We don't know. So the longer it goes, the more chance the younger player here has. Can he extend it?
I just wonder what it took out of him as well. The semi took care of somebody who we thought was peerless, somebody who's been unparalleled here at the Australian Open. Novak at times seemingly untouchable, unstoppable, and yet dominated by Sinner in that semi-final.
15-all.
We'll keep an eye out. That was about the safest rally that Medvedev has played thus far. Everything was pretty careful down that central corridor, and that's not what got him to that 2-set love lead.
What are you saying? He's got something to lose now, Wally?
Just played that a little bit more carefully.
Well, I don't care who you are. It's hard to maintain that first 2 sets, the level of that first 2 sets for anybody. Any player that's ever lived, to play that well for 3 straight is very difficult. Looks like he's hitting his spots a little better on the serve too, Sinner.
$40-15.
One set. That's what his mentality has to be. Play this set to the utmost of your ability.
Getting his spots better, no question, in that particular game. How long can he sustain it for? 2-1 to the Italian in the third. And that nicely segues for us into having a look at what happened in sets 1 and 2 for Jannik with his serve. And that was part of the problem. It's always a bit of a part of the problem against Medvedev. However, it's different today because Daniel has been squeezing the space on the court. Very different sort of optics for Jannik, and as you can see, when he's gone out wide, he has not been particularly productive. Those are some low numbers when you look at a first serve of somebody that usually sits somewhere between 70 and 80%, and 2 out of the 3 wins against Medvedev, that's been his first serve percentage of points, 1 up in those numbers.
Well, that serve out wide there, the bottom right of your screen, is that shows Sinner serving from the opposite end, and he hasn't quite got it wide enough. So Wally's a big fan of taking a bit of speed off that and getting it wider and turning the ball. But if he hits his spot, the fast one's still effective. He just hasn't been accurate enough with it.
Margaret also looking on as Medvedev continues to dominate on this man's court. What a tribute that was back in 2000. Deservedly so. Somebody whose shoulders these current modern players are riding above because of his exploits back in the 60s and 70s. What a special man Rod Laver was, and what a special performance we're watching tonight.
They all ride on the shoulders of Laver and Rosewall and Hode and Gonzalez, Kramer.
And those players create a ripple that everyone benefits from.
Frank Sedgman. There is a slight change here in momentum, Wally.
A change in depth. Ken Rosewall was sitting in the stands. He once told me there's no substitute for depth on a tennis court. Medvedev was impeccable in those first 2 sets, but all of a sudden it's just a little bit slower, it's a little bit safer, it's a little bit shorter, and our good friend Jannik has got more time.
Surprised Ken Rosewall would even talk to Wally, really.
Well, that must have been part of his deal, some corporate function.
The most beautiful man, Ken Rosewall.
And he was nice enough to play with the other hand, wasn't he, as well, to give everyone more of a chance.
He'd do anything.
Natural lefty.
How good does he volley? You know, to me that was a risky approach. And if you come in against these modern players and you give them a swing at the pass, they generally hurt you. But his volleys tonight have just been pinpoint. And he just reads it. His intellect on a tennis court is really up there, isn't it?
So that was the depth that we saw for 2 sets, and that's unplayable.
There is no front foot approach against that kind of quality, is there? I mean, you have to wait it out.
Cain, Medvedev.
You almost have to go back even further so you can use more length and get the ball higher and try and take it out of his hit zone. Two of the best minds in tennis on the side of the court, whirring, trying to find solutions for their man, trying to problem solve. But what we are watching right now is why only one name goes on the trophy ultimately.
He hit 6 balls there within a metre of the baseline. Yes, he missed the last one, Medvedev. But awfully hard to attack against right now.
Love.
Now players allowed to change their equipment, and on the talk just allowing Medvedev the time to get a new racket.
Wasn't a change of balls though. I wonder why. Normally they will do it when the balls change and they become a little faster again. And he continues to pepper that forehand side with his first return. He's done that on numerous occasions from the second court when he gets a forehand, goes down the line, which is a lower percentage shot generally. Seems to want to go into that forehand wing of Sinner.
still forcing himself to believe
3 games to 2.
that the impossible tonight is potentially still possible. 3-2 to the Italian.
Yes, so there is one racket going to the stringer for Medvedev, same tension.
That's the only deal that Yannick really has to keep, isn't it? He's just got to hold serve. Just has to hold serve. Take it in a tiebreak, whatever it takes. You know, Yannick plays to win. Maybe this is just a time to play not to lose. Just dig in, hang on to your serve. Just try to ride it out, win by attrition.
Well, I always think that, you know, to come back from 2 sets to love, you're going to have to win at least 1 close set, probably 2. But if you can get 1 close set, maybe this one in a tiebreaker under your belt, the tide can change.
Time.
And when the tide changes, you can go fishing.
Outside still a kaleidoscope of colour as everybody has their eyes on Daniil Medvedev. One of 7 men who have lost from 2 sets to love up in a Grand Slam final. Borg was the first to achieve the feat against Manuel Orantes at the French Open back in 1974. Lendl did it against Mac at the French Open. Mac led 4-2 in the 4th as well in that particular one. Agassi to complete the career Grand Slam in 1999. Beat Andre Medvedev. Agassi again there, saving a break point at 4-all in the 4th. Gaudio managed the feat against Correa, his fellow Argentinian, at the French Open. Dominic Thiem against Zverev, of course, more recently in 2020. Djokovic against Tsitsipas at the French Open. So there has been some frequent example, or I should say, recent examples of it.
30-15.
Can you imagine the nightmares that conjures in someone?
Well, the Gaudio one against Correa pretty much ended Correa's career, didn't it? 2 championship points for Correa. Served for it twice.
He looks like he's about to show signs of making inroads against Medvedev. You know, he gets the first point of a game, and Medvedev quickly comes back and holds. And I think what Sinner doesn't want are too many quick games from Medvedev. It can be over quickly if that's the case. That's more like a Sinner point, isn't it? He's getting a bit more height on the point, it seems to me.
Well, Fitzy, he dropped well back, but that was a 135k serve, and Medvedev is peppering his play with the kind of venom that we saw in the first 2 sets, but we're definitely seeing some more careful points.
Game, Medvedev. Three games on.
And just when there has been a little bit of tension, he has found a fantastic first serve just to keep Sinner at bay.
unfortunate to get away with that, Yannick. I thought he should have volleyed down the line there to put the ball away, but he obviously likes angling back across court, and that gave Medvedev a chance. This set, he's definitely serving better, Sinner. He's got his percentage up nearly to 70% here, and that can have an effect over time.
Yeah, he's building some security around that first serve. 13 out of 13 first serve points won.
New balls, please.
And he's keeping the pressure on Medvedev in this third set very nicely. Still all to play for here in Melbourne. 4-3. Very little eye contact between Medvedev and Gilles Savara tonight, and just a little hint of anxiety perhaps from Daniel as he looked over, glanced over, and a little bit more positivity from Yannick. Sure if that little signal was I feel this close, as Fitzy has been suggesting that perhaps is the case out there.
Just looking at some slow-mo action of these two boys, and you know, I said that Yannick's got to play not to lose, and for Medvedev he's got to play to win, which sounds easy enough, but he can't play carefully. If he plays carefully, he'll just give Sinner time to construct the point. So still a bit to play for here, still a bit to play out.
Stars on the court, stars off it as well, and those are some pretty nice seats, aren't they, right next to the action out there. They probably could have heard Yannick Sinner's heartbeat in the opening set in a bit. It was racing. First ever major for the 22-year-old.
New balls hit.
15 love.
Well, with the older balls, that ball would have been in. The new ball travels faster and further through the air with the more compact felt around the core of the ball, and it just carried slightly wide. Can make you a bit shaky sometimes. But he's got rhythm on the serve, hasn't he?
30-15.
Just dropped 7 out of 44 first serve points. And he's countered the changes from Sinner in terms of return position as well. When he has kind of come up and hugged the baseline, he's dropped in a much quicker second serve. That one at 163. Now that is the beautiful thing about tennis, is that you can really impact your opponent's style. And Medvedev has done that magnificently tonight.
Yeah, it's called matchups, isn't it?
And he didn't airbrush reality after losing the last 3 times to Sinner. He realized that the matchup that he likes to produce didn't work, and he's changed it significantly.
Who do you think takes most credit for that to date? Coach or player?
I mean, that for me is most definitely is a combination of both.
But he is unique, Medvedev, isn't he? The way he thinks through these issues and breaks down opposition.
You always like to see a serve do something through the air, and all of a sudden Sinner's serving in the 180s, the 190s. He's not serving over 200. And it's just more through the air, more off the court, just taking it out of his strike zone.
An absolute gem of a reply from Medvedev.
You know, let's not underestimate how well this guy moves and the balance he shows. Look, he looks gangly, he's tall, he's a thin, lithe build, but when he gets in here, his balance is magnificent, and that enables him to have control over his racket face. Such a clever shot this is. I think surely Sinner is thinking tiebreaker. Let me get to this tiebreaker. Let me have a crack and see if I can pluck a set out of the, the difficult situation I've been in and start again in the 4th.
.30. Yes.
Allez, come on, mate. Come on. Allez. Right au jus, allez, comme ça.
Things could get unbelievably complicated for Sinner.
Advantage
from Medvedev there just showed how important he knew that moment was. Can't believe he missed that straightforward forehand.
And the tyranny of that memory from 2022 in this final against Nadal could be lurking beneath the surface right now for Medvedev.
Server service.
And Sinner wants Medvedev to marinate on that at this changeover. He continues to advance in this third set, 5-4. Got the reprieve at the juice point, but he's done very nicely there to tidy up that particular game, or as Darren was trying to tell him, make sure you kill this game when he had the lead. Don't give him away back. He knows how desperately Medvedev wants to get done this in 3 sets.
Time.
Daniil Medvedev has always done it his way. 20 titles for Medvedev over the course of his career, and they have all come in different cities. How desperately he would love to win here in Melbourne. He is close once again. His third final at this fabulous Grand Slam.
He's had a couple of these moments in this third set, has Sinner. His body language getting a little more positive. He's been up early, but Medvedev has made it a habit of coming back very quickly and finishing the game with 4 quick points. I don't think he's had love 30 though, Mark.
Love 30.
There has always been an element of jeopardy in this third set.
Fifteen 30.
Well, to me, that was a point that we've seen Sinner play so often in this fortnight. until this.
30 all.
The hustle from Medvedev to make him play a low, awkward forehand pass. That was a moment.
But Fitzy, he's just got to play that point again. Do it again. Just keep at him. This is, he's close enough.
Nobody speaks better with their hands than an Italian. You just knew what that gentleman was feeling.
He's found his forehand a bit more, I think, too. He is close here. Even on the scales right now in this set.
Yes.
And Darren wasn't wrong. There was always going to have to be a little bit of a drop-off in terms of the storm, the perfect storm that Daniel had produced for an hour and 45 minutes. He asked Sinner to try and weather it. Perhaps he has.
Tell you what, if he wins this game, this whole atmosphere will turn on its head.
Advantage. Sinner.
Tennis crowds are not bereft of knowledge, are they? They can
Thank
sense
you.
it.
Please. Left first service.
This most magical 15 days here in Melbourne continues to deliver. What have they got in store for us next? Sinner takes the third. Well, a combination of things in that third set. Strength of character for this man, a better standard of serving. And Medvedev just dropping from that level of perfection that we'd seen for over a couple of sets. And Sinner was good enough and mature enough, Fitzy, to be able to take advantage of it. That's not an easy thing to do in your first major.
Look, it just goes to show, doesn't it, how hard it is. How hard it is to maintain that level for 3 straight sets. Incredibly difficult. And yes, the tide changes. There's ebbs and flows in 5 sets. That's why it produces drama. And we just may be in for some serious drama yet tonight.
Been one of the features of the match in the opening couple of sets was the fact that Medvedev found himself up at the net and how his court position has shifted so dramatically from coming into this particular final to trying to sort of negate the power that Sinner has. Will he trust himself in the big moments as we travel through this 4th and potentially 5th set?
Look at the look on Darren Cahill there.
That is the entourage of Jannik Sinner as he bids to become the 3rd Italian player to win a Grand Slam men's singles title. Nicola Pietrangeli managing to do it back-to-back at Roland Garros in '59 and 1960. Adriano Panatta, the most charismatic of Italians, who won the title in '76 at Roland Garros. They touched on the fact that Schiavone and Panetta also did it on the ladies' side, but it's been a long wait for Italian men's tennis, and hope still exists here in Melbourne.
So, boys, it's hard to imagine that Medvedev can find the form that he had in those first 2 sets. Now, you go back to Yannick in that 3rd set. He served within himself, hit his spots, thoughtful serving, hung tough, created scoreboard pressure. In that final game, he didn't hit winners. He didn't make errors. He hit the return heavy. He dropped back in the court. The return was high and heavy. Just kept Medvedev at bay. You know, and I think that's the way forward. Focus on your serve, play heavy from the back, and do not miss. You know, just go into that mode where you play not to lose. Darren Cahill looking a little pensive. This match still very much in the balance, but Medvedev for sure played that set a little more carefully than he played the first 2. He may never play another 2 sets like that in his life. Medvedev, the first 2 sets were absolutely perfect. We've got a game on our hands now.
Well, I think it's a combination, isn't it? I mean, yes, I mean, I think Daniel dropped off a fraction, as surely he had to do at some stage. But Yannick's ball was, like Wally says, it was heavier. There was more margin, and he didn't miss. And when he plays well, that's what we've seen all fortnight. That forehand of his is heavy, bouncy off the court, and he doesn't miss it. And you know, maybe he's found it, because I don't know whether he's trying to go for it too much in the first 2 sets. He was just under pressure, probably. He was being rushed by Medvedev, who was playing almost perfect tennis. But now he's got the feeling back. This is not over.
No, the Prosecco's still very much on ice at Carlton Lygon Street, isn't it?
Hasn't lost its bubble.
Down at Little Italy, they'll be smiling. And he's asking the umpire if this is taking a little too long. Medvedev stretching it out as long as possible.
And that's a good sign too, because Yannick is getting on the front foot mentally here.
Time since the last point. If he's doing a full kit change, of course, everybody, you only get to start the clock once he gets to the restroom. Wayne McEwen, who's also going to be the supervisor at the Olympics as well, so credit to him. So that 5 minutes when it comes up, which is what you're allowed, actually only starts once you get to the restroom. So that is the case. And that is why these people outside are waiting patiently for the 4th set to kick off. But that also gives them a chance to go and get a refreshment or two, which is a nice thing about Melbourne, because back in 1966 you used to have a thing I didn't realise called the 6 o'clock swill.
I remember that clearly.
I was going to say, you must have just turned 18 then, didn't you, Fitzy?
I got in before you got in, mate. I can see it coming. I can read you like a book.
I might only have a couple of sets left, and I was teeing you up nicely for that.
Well, you know, in the old days, Davis Cup, with the former format,
absolutely,
you were allowed to go off after the 3rd set. You couldn't go off after 1 set of doubles that took 40 minutes and have 2 players run off and take time out. That was a no-no. But after 3 sets, you can understand. It's been 2 hours, 16 minutes. Okay, I can understand that a bit more. But I think the game has to stop. These breaks being so prevalent.
We've had 34 5-set matches in the men's draw. The record, US Open 1983, 35. Could it possibly happen?
Yes, it can possibly. Is down there with a big grin on his face, because he realizes that the coaching sort of approach that he would have used is starting to work. I think he's getting confident down there. One
other thing that's changed here as well is speeds. Big uptick for Yannick, and now eclipsing Medvedev, which started the match at 133. Medvedev down at 1-2-1. Is that a sign that he's fatiguing?
I think it's a sign that Yannick's racket head speed has increased with confidence.
Medvedev was almost unplayable in those first two sets. The combination of speed and depth was unplayable. Now he just drops off ever so slightly, and I do agree with you, Petch. I think there's an element of fatigue in it. Yannick's got more time. Yannick has to be a mongrel dog here. He's just got to make as many balls as possible, heavily, hit aggressively to safe parts of the court. He can take his legs away.
That's a good way to do it, isn't it? Serve out wide and then hit quickly into the space. Force Medvedev to chase hard every single point. Totally different feel to the match right now.
First game, fourth set.
Medvedev controlling the valuable real estate in sets 1 and 2, but maybe the most valuable bit of real estate on the court right now is what's above both players' shoulders. Belief is learnable, it's irresistible, it can make you unstoppable, and that does feel like Sinner with a huge advantage right now. Can Medvedev find enough first serves to keep Sinner at bay here early on?
And the other thing in Sinner's camp, they have to remind their charge it's happened before in an Australian Open final. A cruel occurrence. But one that happened and one they have to try and take advantage of.
Locketing. Lock 30.
What was plan B? Because plan A was unplayable.
Fifteen 30.
Gee, here we go. What time's your flight to London, Mark?
Thankfully not till tomorrow. But I'll be happy to stay here all night for this. Brutal battle. Backhand from Sinner. Well, that's been the MVS for me, most valuable shot of the night. Medvedev's inside-out backhand.
Yep, I agree. He's done it off the return of serve and during the rally. And quite often when he steps away to his right, which is an unusual occurrence for players these days. But he's got more stress on his face now. Now he knows he's in a battle. And Sinner looks like he's on top of his game a lot more. This is going to get really good.
Advantage, Medvedev.
Wherever you're watching from, don't go away.
Game, Medvedev.
What a response from Medvedev.
Yep. You have to admire this man. His competitive juices, his spirit.
It's nice to be perfect, but he's not in the perfection business. He's in the winning one. And as Wally said, it's going to be hard to re-establish the kind of form we saw in sets 1 and 2. He's going to have to find another way.
His backhand across court, Medvedev. Wow. That was not an easy shot. I mean, it hit the let court, it went deep, and he had to hook that across court with deft feel. And then the speed to get in for the final shot.
Well,
just not convinced that you play that shot at 15-all on your own serve. That a break of serve is paramount in this fourth set, and it's a risky business, I think, at 15-all to play it on your own serve if it goes wrong. Well, you can't make every ball, but that looked late to me. I haven't seen many balloon off the strings like that from Medvedev.
40-30.
This forehand epitomises a modern one, doesn't it? Just holds that. I was half expecting him to go down the line there, but he held it a bit longer, didn't make contact for a split second longer maybe than Medvedev thought, and that gave him time to go across.
Durable and determined. Jannik Sinner, 2-1 in the fourth. Paul Ness out, and given the length of time that he's been on court over the course of this tournament, and he's potentially going to go past the longest ever time on court at Grand Slam soon. Daniil Medvedev, no surprise, there's something probably a little bit wrong with the feet out there.
I've seen a few beat-up feet in the locker room over the years, Mark, and this game is brutal on this surface, on most players' feet. Tough. That extra bandage there, that can give it a bit of a different feel too when you're moving inside the shoe.
Saw Medvedev talk after the opening game of this fourth set to the umpire. This is obviously what it was about, to try and get Paul Ness out there just to give him a little bit of support for blisters on the foot. Perhaps another reason to do what Wally's been talking about, just work him over a little bit more, see what else he can get.
That idea of working him over, and it goes back to that drop shot that he played. And I agree with Fitz, you know, play the drop shot, earn the right to play it, but maybe play it when you are ahead on the scoreboard. Don't put yourself under pressure with that shot. I don't think it's been a winning play for him this evening. It can be, but if you're going to serve volley or play the drop shot, earn the right. Do the hard work, get ahead in the game, and then if you feel you've got the opportunity, be creative.
You don't want to have it cause you to lose your serve, because it could only be one break here that decides this set and or the match.
Because it seems like a cop out if you're down in the game or it's level, but if you're ahead, it's not as bad.
Over 23 hours he has played to get to this particular stage.
We haven't seen that much tonight. He possesses the explosive power off that wing, and we just haven't seen it like that. So his confidence is building here, Sinner.
And even that return, Fitzy, you talk about confidence, you know, he's getting more time, but even that return, jagging that ball back, one hand off the racket, making him play. I mean, it's just got to be one after the other after the other.
So that's that from Medvedev in terms of 23 hours on court.
30 all.
Still, one of the most remarkable things that's happened in the last couple of years was Alcaraz's win at the US Open. Of course, Sinner had a match point against Alcaraz in his path through in that particular tournament, but the Spaniard won that US Open, spending 23 hours and 49 minutes on the court. Incredible feat of endurance.
Yeah, but this can pass that.
Yep.
Part of the reason you have to have so much respect for Medvedev. He is a warrior on the tennis court. Like Wally said a set ago, he's close.
Fitzy, he had a forehand in a previous game return. You remarked on it. He was late on it. He looked heavy on that backhand.
In the first two sets, when they got locked in a rally, inadvertently, I think you felt like Medvedev was going to win the point. That's reversed now.
It's different. The air's cooler. It's heavier. Daniil's just a little tired and he's not hitting as deep. And these little fractions of seconds are giving Sinner the time to play the game he wants.
Oh, wow. Maestro. I mean, he's now being forced to play greater points, is Medvedev.
For a guy with very little spin on the ball, this is kind of high risk as well, particularly against somebody that moves and defends out of the corners so well.
Advantage, Medvedev.
Just overcooks a lot, but Fitzy, the way Medvedev is volleying, we should convince him to play some doubles. What do you think?
I think Wally's got a bugbear about doubles these days, Petch. It's finding it hard to disagree with him, and you know, sometimes in the doubles court they cover up quality volleys by getting so close to the net. Here you're seeing real talent when they come in. is now spreading the court more. So was Medvedev in that point, by the way. But the Italian playing from the back of the court significantly better and more forcefully, I think, than he was early.
That was a slight miss hit from Medvedev, so he had a bit of height to work with, but it's a very different ball that Sinner is looking at right now in these rallies.
Well, you're saying that the ball that Sinner is receiving is not as potent as it was, not as deep, not as low, and therefore his ball would appear different to Medvedev too, because his ball will be more effective because of that.
Well, Yannick was almost forced onto the back foot. Those first two sets, half his forehands he was lifting up off the ball, just trying to deal with that low trajectory. Now he can get on the front foot and just throw the racket head at the ball, as we know he loves to. See that he gets his right leg across, he plants his foot, strong base, and then he just throws the racket head with trust. He barely got a chance to do that in the first two sets.
And because of that, Medvedev is going to have to do more work now. He's going to face a tougher ball from Sinner, and he's having to change direction a bit more now too, as he did there. He looks more stressed. You can understand, over 23 hours on court for this tournament. It's a marathon.
Don't often see Daniel walk as often to the towel as he is right now. Again, another example of the fatigue that you feel is just setting in. It takes a lot of effort to hit the ball hard and move as close to the baseline as he did do for an hour and 3/4. It's not something that he necessarily trains to do for a long period of time, because he normally plays from so far behind the baseline.
It's a reversal here, though. The effectiveness of their balls have changed.
Let for service.
Genuine look of belief. He was trying to stay competitive in that third set, but it feels as though Sinner right now in the ascendancy, even though he trails 2-1, he's up 3-2 in the fourth.
The win predictor at the start of this match was, I think it was 52-48. It was tight, maybe in Sinner's favour. And Fitzy, I know you've got a mind like a Swiss watch. What's your win predictor right now, big fella?
Yeah, tough question. If Sinner wins this set, it's heavily in his favour for me, but he's still got to win 2 sets, Wally. It's a tough win predictor for me. My algorithms are not professional.
Well, that may help you a little bit. Forehand heaviness is increasing for Sinner, whereas it's decreasing, you feel, for Medvedev.
Look, there's been a reversal. You know, Medvedev's ball is not as effective, and Sinner's is more so, partly because of it.
More like a painting than a tennis venue, isn't it? It has become the Disneyland of tennis as well, the Australian Open. If you were to design it, this is exactly how you would want it to be. Look at the kaleidoscope of colours that we've seen, the various areas for the fans that they've congregated in, and they have waited patiently for the pin to be pulled out of this contest tonight. And you feel about that it's going to go off big time just now.
How good is he? His anticipation and the way he reads the passing shot is second to none.
30 loves.
And I just wonder whether there's a bit of conservation of energy in not having to hit 2 serves on each point. Those first 2 serves of this game under 180 Ks, much lower than his average for the match, well above the 190s. And that's another one coming in at 174. Smart tennis again from Medvedev.
Game, Medvedev.
And it's been a very fair crowd tonight. You remember the monologue after the loss in 2022. The kid stopped dreaming when he walked in the press conference. So disheartened was he by the crowd, which he felt overwhelmingly supported Nadal. At times he felt unfavourably towards him, unfairly. But he's been a different man at this year's Australian Open.
Well, I've got to say, I agree with him. I thought that night I was sad, personally, to just sit there on the side of the court, and there was a section. It wasn't a majority. It was a minority, but it was a loud minority who booed him when he walked onto the court. He'd been magnificent in that 2 weeks leading up to that final. He deserved much better. So the win predictor, the reason it's tough to pick is because all it takes now is a couple of points at the right time for Medvedev to get on top again. He's close.
And I'm sitting courtside with a few wise old owls, and everybody sort of feels like Medvedev should now roll the dice on a return game, take chances, keep it short.
Love 30.
Sets to love 3-2, love 40 on Nadal serve in 2022. Is he about to find himself up love 40 midway through the 4th here this year?
He glanced at his box
15,
there.
30.
These opportunities may not be there for too long. He needs to grab it here, Medvedev.
And that Parliament of Owls, which is the collective noun for a group of owls sitting courtside, would have been right there. That was an opportunity to really take on the second serve.
30-all.
We showed you winning only 50% of the first serves out wide on the ad side that he's just served to. In the opening couple of sets, he's been 100% since then, but he's changed up the direction beautifully. Medvedev probably leaning that way because there's been so much success.
Well, this is the moment, is it? Or is it not?
30-40.
Come on. Here we go.
Everyone in both camps here knows where this match sits. It's on a knife's edge.
Yes.
Hours in the lab, working with Darren and Simone on that serve, changing the technique, changing the footwork pattern. He went back to the pinpoint at Wimbledon last year, away from the platform. He knew that he needed to get better first serves, freer points for moments like that.
Advantage, Sinner.
And I almost feel that his body language there towards his own box, Sinner, after he hits this winner, was to say, you guys got it right. We've worked. There it goes. That's a thank you, I would suggest.
He designs his own escape. And Sinner 4-3 in the fourth. Showed so much metal there, and again underlines the importance of having a great first serve, Wally.
Yeah, he really hit his spots there. 201. He did serve one at 211, caught the net, but everything else was accurate. Definitely hitting his spots. I thought that rally, that backhand rally cross court, where ultimately Medvedev knocked it wide. I was just waiting for him to do that little inside-out backhand. I thought he was trying to set the point up for that. He's, yeah, he's just dangerous, but I feel like he's got to take chances on return. He played a fairly careful return at deuce with the forehand to allow Sinner to get on the front foot. I think his best chance is to play to win, to be aggressive on return.
Yep, I think we both feel exactly the same up here. Yannick has got enough of that firepower ammunition left. He hasn't run out of powder yet. Lights still very much on around Melbourne, and they may well be on for a lot longer as well as we drift back across the Yarra and back down to this wonderful sporting precinct. The mighty MCG just behind us, but all eyes in January on the tennis. And what a month it has been. This, the culmination. So much hard work behind the scenes from everybody at Tennis Australia. But in the front of shop, the players have delivered time and time again.
Well, you can tell he wants to get in. And sometimes then you come in too early. Maybe on the wrong ball. You give the opposition too much opportunity.
Led for service. Third C15.
Well, definitely Sinner has found his range now.
30.
And the dropping back on the second serve has cost Medvedev about 18 Ks on his second serve. That's how much he's taken off. He doesn't see any upside to going big with his second. The more flamboyant cross-court winner didn't really need to be hit. He got behind the ball here and the lob was on.
Yeah, it was, but it happens fast, doesn't it? I mean, you've got a split second, a microsecond really to make that decision. He was close though, wasn't he, to the net? Medvedev needs to probably hold here, predominantly with his serve now. It feels to me Sinner's getting on top from the back. Great first serve there, and it's set up and put away. Kept the point short. Well, one thing's for sure, it's got our attention. We are glued to this.
He's a little wounded. He's definitely winded, but he is still winning.
lines.
Medvedev just asking Savara whether he should stop blocking that forehand and drive through it, take a bit more risk off the first serve return.
Can he dig deep here, Daniel?
30-15.
You're dead right, Fitzy. I'm on the edge of my seat. It seems like every point has a certain gravitas, a certain weight, a certain potential.
Great players are never duplicated, but they are imitated, and there you could see from that third point of this game, that quick second serve out to the forehand of Medvedev. That is right out of Djokovic's playbook. Sinner has watched an awful lot of tape of the greatest player of his generation.
That's a serious shot, isn't it? He's getting better.
Almost defies gravity, doesn't it? How short it landed in the court. What a stroke on the stroke of 3 hours. 5-4, Sinner. And again, he could barely come out of these exchanges in the opening couple of sets with the point. Some big hitting there. Look at that. 139, 142. Right up there in the red zone for Jannik Sinner, but he still has the control. And Medvedev not with the foot speed now to be able to track that down. If success is dependent on effort, then both these two deserve to win the Australian Open title, but we know that can't possibly happen. But what could here is a potential fifth set develop if Sinner can get his teeth into this Medvedev service game.
Long.
It's been interesting to watch Daniel conserve his energy. This is a top-class match player, obviously, and he's dropped a little bit of pace at the start of this fourth set to make sure he makes a high percentage of first serves, and that's exactly what he's done. He's up around 85% of his first serves going in. But he's got to be careful that he doesn't allow Sinner too many opportunities to develop moments like that.
Well, I'd put this in the back pocket. He had a reasonably easy approach shot there, and Medvedev is struggling to cover the court quite as well as he did early. I'd continue to go deep and wide, not the drop shot. What defense from Medvedev there. Desperation, actually.
The value of just one more ball back in play.
And the value of playing somebody for the first time potentially in his first Grand Slam final rather than what's happened to Medvedev in the past.
Well, his forehand is starting to look ominous, Wally.
And Fitzy, just watch when he can basically get the left leg out in front. He gets set. The moment that happens, look out. He gets that strong base, and then you're in trouble.
He's sort of on the edge here, Daniel, amazingly.
Left for service.
He's just got to use all of his guile to somehow fight his way out of this game and pinch this set.
Amazing sport, this. He's on the edge of winning and on the precipice of not. And his favourite shot lets him down.
Advantage. Sinner. Thank you, please. Thank you.
This quite remarkable 15 days gives us one final set. Jannik Sinner takes the fourth.
You can't possibly change again after one set. That's tactical.
Can I change on the clock? I'm going to change on the clock. No, I don't have time.
It's 20 odd degrees down here. Yes, he's sweating slightly, but that's tactical.
I think he can get back out within the 2-minute time, right? Which is why he's gone off this side.
So if he doesn't get back in time now, because he's not allowed again. Okay, so if he doesn't get back in time, what are the repercussions? Does he get a warning? Does he lose points?
He loses points from here, depending on how long it takes for him to get back out onto the court. It's going to be an interesting one for the tour. But let's not lose sight of what we've just had. That may come to nothing. We'll touch on that in a minute. But the heavyweight hitting of Sinner re-emerged in that fourth set, something that we've seen carry him through to this final. And it remains to be seen whether Medvedev can find enough in the tank to be able to turn this around and play the kind of tennis that kept Sinner very neutralized in the opening couple of sets. Well, I can tell you, as we're rolling through some of the highlights and how big that forehand was from Jannik Sinner in that fourth set, that Daniil Medvedev is back on court here. Shoes being replaced. The shot clock is on. He's got 25 seconds as of this moment.
Wouldn't that have just been more of a hassle, in terms of just sitting down there and kind of soaking up what's just happened and getting your break in the chair? I mean, he's had to dash off his bag, change his clothes. There's no need.
He has had a problem with his foot, though, Wally. Maybe he needed new socks, though. Not sure.
Just change when you're sitting down. No big deal.
Yeah, well, she was desperate to give it, and I think he's going to take it. He was happy to get the change in.
Thank you. Final set, Sinner to serve.
This match for me has been like a set of scales, and the way it started out, all the gold was on one side, and with every passing set, just take a little bit more off one scale, add it to the other, and the scales have shifted dramatically.
Yeah, for the first time tonight, Sinner's in front.
Guys, you both come back from 2 sets love down, perhaps not in this kind of scenario in a final, but it does take an awful lot of effort still emotionally to get yourself back into this situation. There's a lot of external stuff for Jannik in the last sort of 48 hours as well, emotionally getting through to this stage of a major for the first time. Still a few known unknowns out there.
That's why live sport is so enthralling, Mark, isn't it? No one knows. Not one person in this stadium knows who's going to win this.
15-30.
Show me what you got. Here we go.
But the scales have gone measurably in Sinner's favour, I think, from early on in the match. But even now, each game presents a problem. 15-30, an issue.
Petch, do you remember, let's go back a while, remember the match with Rublev and Dimonov?
30 on.
And Rublev was starting to physically decline. We felt cramping, and a sort of a clarity came over his mind, and he just played with absolute clarity in that 5th set. It's almost as though Medvedev's got to go into that zone. You know, I'm fatigued, I've got to play the point short, and then somehow relax into it. Fighting for a win, I'm not sure is going to get him over the line.
After over 3 hours, and they are still producing that type of rally.
30.
Sensational.
The longer this match goes, Petch, the more important all of these points become. But that was telling. An opportunity for Medvedev to maybe get a quick break early in the 5th. It's tense now.
Well, it didn't look as though he could lay a glove on Medvedev in the opening couple of sets. They were uncontested. But look at this. Italy hopes, and perhaps at 1-love in the 5th, Italy expects. The karate boys back in Turin. Look at that. Look at those scenes. Look at how important it is for a sport to have a lighthouse like Jannik Sinner is right now for Italian men's tennis. Well, that opening game there was huge for Jannik Sinner, and it was also perhaps just pushing the win predictor to give him even more of a percentage chance to win this now.
Medvedev just looked up to his camp in that last game and asked for some food. Not sure what sustenance it's going to get him through the fifth. Just a little delay here with a moth or a bug or a cricket.
It's going to become a war of attrition now for Medvedev. He physically has to go through some pain here. Sinner looks fresher. He's played a lot less over the journey, these 7 matches, and his game has come alight now. Just not quite there for Dano. He was so quick with his first step early. He's heavier now.
30.
And you almost feel like the other guy's freed up with his hitting, with his movement, his clarity of thought.
And he is dialing through all his options there, isn't he, Medvedev? That was a serve and volley.
Well, his serve, I think, is the key now for me. I know it's an easy throwaway line, but when they get involved in these long rallies, he's looking a bit more stressed. He can win that way.
40-30.
Saved him there.
One game over.
Interesting, Fitzy, you said his serve can get him out of it, and you know, he did serve and volley. When you're a little fatigued and you don't have the leg drive, your serve can definitely lose margin, lose pace. But when you serve and volley, you're almost forcing yourself to drive up and over. And it can actually help with your rhythm. So we will see whether he peppers a few serve and volley points in amongst the games coming forward.
love.
For as much scar tissue as Daniel has on this particular court from 2022, of course, Jannik Sinner's had a little bit of it over a best-of-5 match. A couple of times he's lost from 2 sets to love up against Karen Khachanov at the US Open in 2020. And probably more famously for a lot of people, that match against Novak Djokovic in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon in 2022.
You can tell there Medvedev is just not moving as well. He has to leave earlier now to give himself a chance on that ball. The return was short. He had to guess and he had to leave early. There's more gaps for Sinner to hit into.
He's so lethal with a linear strike, Sinner, and that was what was so impressive from Medvedev in the opening couple of sets. Just didn't allow the Italian to get behind the ball, to push him like that. But Sinner has found that lovely rhythm that he has, aggressively relaxed in the most highly pressurized situation of his career so far. 2-1 he leads in the decider.
And Petch, isn't it when everybody serves their best, when they serve within themselves, line and length? I mean, you look at Ben Shelton, he can serve at 230, but spends a lot of time just moving the ball around the court at 212, 210. Serving within yourself, hitting your spots, particularly as a match goes on like this, so important.
That expression hasn't really changed for the last 2 and a bit sets. Theirs has. From the depths of despair to potential jubilation for the Italians out there in Garden Square. Medvedev still hoping and taking as much time as he can, and the last couple of sets were just a mere detour on his way to claiming his first ever Australian Open championship. 3 losses in the final would be a tough one to take, especially 2 from 2 sets to love up. Some shot.
Well, he's got options. He's no one-trick pony, is he? Daniil Medvedev, if he's struggling in one facet, he can turn to another. And that is talent there.
How many times do you reckon he's hit that in practice?
But on the win predictor right now, he cannot be favourite, Daniel. I don't know what the win predictor is. It won't be too far apart, I don't think. But I don't think he can be favourite on it from here. He's just got to try to hang on to this serve as much as he can. And as the Parliament of Owls, there it is there, okay. 65-35, yeah. The Parliament of Owls sitting on the side, the wise old Owls.
40-15.
still suggesting, I would think, that he has to take the risk on his return serve, but he's got to keep holding here first. Good game there, though. I think 65-35 is fair.
I think there's a lot in play here. That's all I know. It's that Daniel's won a Grand Slam before. That has to count for something. Sinner's never won before.
I tell you what would be cruel. You know what I'm going to say. If he loses from 2 sets to love down in a final of the Australian Open again, that would be a cruel night for him.
It's hard though, isn't it, when you're the guy going cross-court and the other guy's going line. It's not a great pattern.
There's been one barometer as well for Jannik, apart from the serve getting a little more accuracy and potency, it's been the backhand line. It's not easy to change it from down low, and he struggled in the opening couple of sets to deal with the style of Medvedev's ball coming at him. It's adjusted beautifully.
Third C 15.
Well, I think all great champions have a journey. They're all different. And Sinner is on it now, isn't he? He's come a long, long way in his young life. But this is a moment that he will never forget, win or lose tonight. As a tennis player, a professional one, a champion, this is what it's all about.
The lethal loveliness of that forehand is not lost on anyone inside this stadium, particularly his opponent Medvedev. Sinner soaring, 3-2. And that's the problem for Daniel right now. He's shifted back, he's gone back to his normal kind of return stance. He wants to make balls, but the errors aren't flowing from Sinner's racket.
No, and then you've got that dynamic where he's going cross. It's not a bad shot. I mean, he runs onto it. And this man's brave enough and good enough to go line. I mean, that's so hard to defend against. And That matchup is happening over and over. We've seen Sinner awfully good when he's set, but he's showing us too he's got power when he's on the run. But you were talking about a parliament of owls before. Well, this guy, Medvedev, he is the wise old owl. I don't know. I just got a sneaky feeling he's got one more trick up his sleeve. Whether that will be good enough, I don't know. But he's still there and he's still swinging.
I would have thought it was Wally, who was the wise old owl.
It is such a wonderful sport. Jannik Sinner's going to bring some new fans to this sport who perhaps haven't watched it. It's been on the up in Italy for so long now. You go and look at their futures, the bottom rung of tennis, their challenger tournaments. It is absolutely packed in every stand. They absolutely love their tennis. But the inflection point in terms of growth is going to happen if he can get through tonight and become the third man in Italy to win a Grand Slam title. He's just 3 games away.
Left for service. Lofting.
Is this battleground of hope turning to despair for Daniil Medvedev once again? Sinner slides one by him.
Thank you.
And I guess, in a way, it's a sign of desperation there. Not a normal play for him, a dangerous one.
Thank you,
and he
please.
needed desperately to win that point at love 30 down. 3 break points. Well, his serve has to save him again, I feel.
For a moment it feels as though we're in Milan and not Melbourne.
And it's like a prize fight, isn't it? One fighter's on the ropes and the other fighter's just loading up. That was a couple of tired points from Daniil right there.
Thank you.
You know, I'm sitting here with a range of emotions right now. I mean, this is so exhilarating from the Sinner camp's point of view and so heartbreaking from the Medvedev camp.
Sinner won't get tight, really.
Led for service.
I think most humans do in this situation. Is that one of the most telling rallies in this young man's life? I would say.
40-15.
Absolutely mesmerizing. And 37 minutes. Jannik Sinner, one game away from his first ever Australian Open title. Well, I know he's put a dent in the physicality of Daniel as the match has gone on with the way that he's played. He's taken his legs away with the dynamic ground stroke play that we saw in that last rally, but how cool has he been? His mind must also be cartwheeling to some degree.
And there's a man that took the step 11 times in his career, 11 major titles. 2 times, 4 in 1 calendar year. Rod Laver, he knows the feeling. I think that final step is the most difficult one, though, isn't it?
As for Daniel, nothing he can do to change the past. All he can do is stand at the crossroads of the present and try and change the future, which right now looks a little bleak for him, but not for Sinner. He has uncontested ownership of this set.
15 love.
Well, the flakes of fortune fluttered down for Medvedev against Zverev in that tiebreaker in the fourth, with the miss-hit return that took him to a fifth and then ultimately into the final. We'll be hoping if he can hang on to his serve, there's some more of that around.
13-15.
Nothing but admiration.
Huge investment in that game for Medvedev. Can he earn some interest?
Sinner leads 5 games to 3.
Trying to the last minute something different. Medvedev stayed way back on that first serve then, just to give Sinner something different to look at.
Fitzy, we saw him go very, very deep on that first point. There was a second serve up on the baseline, smacked it hard and flat. You almost think if there's any chance to pinch a few points or pinch this game, aggression.
It's what this match has been lacking, a bit of drama. Sinner's signature shot brings up championship point. sensational way for Jannik Sinner to win the Australian Open. His maiden major happens in Melbourne. He is the last man standing at a major for the first time in his career. He will never, ever forget this night. When he moved away, having lost to Tsitsipas those years ago here at the Australian from Riccardo Piatti, some wondered what was going to be the outcome of that decision. Well, here is the culmination of that decision. Congratulations to Simone Bagnotti, Darren Cahill, Umberto Ferrara, Giacomo Naldi and Alex Vitter, the man there who used to play, who's known Sinner since he was 12 years old. Loyalty is a massive commodity in that team. Lawrence Frankopan at the back there as well, invested heavily in Jannik's career as a teenager. He saw the future, he predicted this possibility, and congratulations to him as well, and the team at Starwing. Jannik Sinner, what a night, the 8th man to come back from 2 sets to love down in a Grand Slam final and take home the trophy.
Well, I think these moments really don't need a lot of explanation, do they? They speak for themselves. I just want to put my congratulations towards this young man. His name's going on the trophy already. He will lead this sport. He'll be one of the group that leads this sport over the next decade. But I want to also pay tribute to this man. It's a cruel night for him. The second time at this Australian Open, he's led 2 sets to love and just fallen at the last hurdle. He'll be back. He deserves to win one of these.
Great Tyler Allen Court. Wally, are you still with us or have you moved on?
Yeah.
Or you're just trying to breathe in what we've just seen?
I'm speechless, and look, I agree with Fitzy. I don't usually have a range of emotions, but I do tonight, because not only was Medvedev brilliant tonight and just played unbelievably well, given how tired he must have been at the end, but think about his effort throughout the course of the tournament. It's been a great tournament, and he's played a massive part in it. But Jannik Sinner, he was undeniable in the end, and I think it was kind of fitting, wasn't it, that his forehand just smoking up the line. It ended that way because it's sort of who he is. His aggression, he's got this unbelievable athleticism, and we've just seen he's got resolve, he's got attitude, and I agree with Fitzy, he's the future of our sport.
And let's not forget as well, guys, he beat 3 top 5 players in a row to win this title. That is some runway to come in on.
And Mark, I think people like you and I and Wally who have been privileged to do this together, thank you, by the way.
And thank you.
I think all of us genuinely want good people in our sport. We don't want the self-promoters as much, the people who put themselves ahead of the sport. We want kids like this, young people who are made of quality. They have class and dignity. Daniil Medvedev, did he show so much class there at the end? Of course he did. And you don't forget that. You want those people to do well in the sport. They're the ones that can take us to new levels.
And a moment to think about Medvedev, the pain of defeat doesn't discriminate. Doesn't matter that he's a Grand Slam champion, that he's been world #1. He is going to be feeling pain like nobody else down there on the court. He gave absolutely everything to this contest, as he did in 2022. And it was his mileage coming in that ultimately perhaps hurt him, and only he will tell us afterwards. But the defeated in life, as they say, are those who never fail. He will be back and he will compete for this title again. It's not going to get easier. Sinner is going to take so much away from this Australian Open campaign, and he is going to be much harder to evict from draws in the future. What a moment that is. The years of sacrifice, the decisions that he's made. From the slopes of northern Italy to the peak of Melbourne. What a champion. There will be dancing in Little Italy tonight, and there will be a maximum level of unconsciousness.
And if we can just dwell down here on an Australian point of view, he's the Northern Italian who has been helped along the way here by a South Australian. So what a place for him to have his first Grand Slam victory. This is a huge moment in our sport.
Giacomo, look at him. They have done such a wonderful job helping Yannick back from the ankle injury that he had over a year and a bit ago. Alberto's been an amazing part of the fitness regime. He may not have that Baywatch body, Willie, but he's got strength and he's got endurance.
And he's got a heart.
And that will take you everywhere. It will take you to the very top of Australia at the start of the year. How many more does he have? Well, that is why we watch this sport. We will find out over the course of the next 10, 15 years. He is so young. He has time on his side. And he has a game for all surfaces too.
And for the fans of this sport, how can they not be drawn to this young man?
What a thrill Medvedev's given us. What a thrill for 15 days.
Yeah.
One of the most unique players that you will ever see.
No. Hats off to both of these athletes.
But the last set was a mirror ball of a performance from Yannick. Whichever way you looked at it, it was absolutely perfect. And Daniel just didn't have enough energy in the tank. Here comes the trophy ceremony. Todd Woodbridge.
Wominjika, and welcome. But before we begin our trophy presentation here this evening, I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners on the land on which we gather tonight, and pay our respects to their elders past and present. And I extend that respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people with us here this evening. On behalf of Tennis Australia, I'd like to welcome Victorian Governor, Her Excellency, the Honourable Professor Margaret Gardner, the Australian Prime Minister, the Honourable Anthony Albanese, the Deputy Victorian Premier, the Honourable Ben Carroll. Thank you. The Victorian Minister for Tourism, Sports and Major Events, Steve Demopoulos. The Executive Chair of Hyundai Motor Group, parent company of our major partner Kia, Mr. Yi Song Chong, and all of the other dignitaries and government representatives here tonight. Well, the AO24 has brought us some firsts. It's the first 15-day event and it has been hugely successful. It has been the first time that we have surpassed the 1 million fans coming through the gates here at Melbourne Park. And we have a first-time new men's champion. But before we present those trophies, we need to congratulate all of those involved in staging this incredible event. It takes an enormous amount of work. And so thank you to Tennis Australia, the support staff, the sponsors, our ball kids who do an incredible job every single day of this tournament. But most importantly, to the players, because my goodness, these 15 days they have put on a magnificent show. And joining us here tonight on the court for the presentation is the Chair of Tennis Australia, Jane Herdlicka, the Chief Executive Officer for Kia Australia, Damien Meredith, the Tournament Director, Craig Tiley, the Tournament Referee, Wayne McEwen, and our Chair Umpire, Aurélie Tort. And to present the trophies here tonight is a 4-time Grand Slam singles champion. He is a 2-time champion here at the Australian Open, and he is a fantastic broadcaster to go with it. Would you please welcome Jim Courier. And the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup, which is going to be handed over to our champion this evening, has been travelling around Victoria for several weeks now in our AO On The Road team. And it's now safely back here, and it's making its way here onto the podium on Rod Laver Arena. It's a warm welcome to Norm. And I'd like now to invite the Chair of Tennis Australia, Jane Herdlicka, to come up and say a few words.
What a spectacular night of tennis. We've all been treated to one of the best matches at the Australian Open we've seen in many, many years. Congratulations to both Daniel and Jannik. Daniel, tonight was not your night, but you played tremendous tennis over the course of the last 15 days and been an inspiration to many. I'm sure we're going to see you back here, and that title will one day be yours. And Jannik, wow, we've set a lot of records at this tournament. You are tonight taking home your first Grand Slam title. You're taking home your first Australian Open title, and you are the first Italian to take home either the men's or women's singles title. A superb tournament. You dropped one set before tonight, and tonight's match was just a demonstration of how deep your well goes in driving to compete, so congratulations. Now, as Todd said, this has been a great tournament for the Australian Open. 1.1 million people in attendance over the course of the last 15 days. That is a Grand Slam record. Over 2 billion people watching from home, and that is also a record for us. We've set many, many records over the course of the last 15 days, and we're incredibly proud. None of that's possible without the world's best team, and there are 12,000 people strong who make this possible, and each and every one of them is a rock star in their own right. So great job to them, and partnership is at the core of everything we do, and we couldn't have done what we've done tonight without many partners. Kia is one of our core partners, 23 years in partnership with Kia this year. We're also incredibly grateful to the Victorian government. This stage, this platform that we're able to hold the Australian Open on is a courtesy of the vision that they've had for decades and the investment that continues to go in to ensuring that we have the world's best stage for an amazing sport and entertainment event, one of the world's best. So we're very, very grateful for that support. And most of all, Melbourne, you've been phenomenal. 1.1 million people here, and the city is alive, and thank you. We're very grateful for the support, and may it be a fantastic 2024 for everyone.
Thank you very much, Jane. I'd like now to invite up the Chief Executive Officer of Kia, Mr. Damien Meredith, to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Todd. We just witnessed a fantastic game of two magnificent athletes. Unfortunately, only one can be the winner, so congratulations to both players. As Jane just said, it's been 23 years since we've started our relationship with Tennis Australia. And in that 23 years, we've both grown dramatically. And like brother and sister, we've grown up, and We've developed a wonderful relationship, and that will only get better in the years to come. So thank you. To Craig and the team, they always do a magnificent job, and I really believe this is one of the great events globally, not just a tennis tournament, but one of the great events. So thank you, Craig and the team. And lastly, I want to thank every single one of you for taking time out to make this just an amazing event. Thank you, and drive home safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damien, for your support. I'd like now to invite Wayne McEwen to come up to present our chair umpire for this men's singles final, Aurélie Tour of France, with her trophy for her efforts in tonight's final. Well done to you, Aurélie. Okay then. Well, this man has his own unique style and he always entertains us, that is for sure. He's a workhorse. He spent more time on court this tournament than any other player going into a Grand Slam final. Although he's denied the title tonight, you've got to admit that he played his heart out. Would you please show your appreciation for our finalist, Daniil Medvedev?
Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to congratulate Yannick because today, you showed again why you deserve it. You fought till then. You managed to raise your level. You and your team are doing an amazing job. You winning a lot of tournaments, doing a lot of finals, so winning a lot of matches. And probably that's not your last Grand Slam, but I hope I can try to get the next one if we play in the final, because it's been, what, 3 finals in a row, so I'll try my best to do better next time, but really big congrats, and you deserve it. Then I want to thank my team, especially for sure Gilles, Eric and Gaetan, who are here supporting me every day and every night, because there was a lot of nights, Oliver, Loic and everyone else who supported me from this corner. I heard you every match, so thanks a lot. Also, I don't know, maybe they turned off the TV, but Dasha, Alisa, if you're watching, I felt like you were there with me, and unfortunately I couldn't make it today, but I'm going to try to make it work next time for you. And just everyone, because I got a lot of support from my friends, from fans all over the world, from you guys, so just want to thank everyone. It's been honestly amazing 2 weeks. It always hurts to lose in the final, but probably being in the final is better than losing before, so I always want to win, but I guess, yeah, I have to try harder next time, but I'm proud of myself, and I'm going to try even harder next time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Daniil. Well, with his magnificent victory here this evening, this man, at the age of 22, becomes the youngest champion since Novak Djokovic in 2008. And he is only the second Italian man in the Open era to claim a Grand Slam title. Please welcome your Australian Open men's singles champion for 2024, Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, hello everyone. It's first of all, Daniel, just want to congrats you and your team for an amazing tournament again. I know we played so many finals already together, but every match I find something where I can improve, and you make me always a much better player. Obviously, your effort has been awesome throughout the whole tournament. The hours of the court and also today's effort running for every ball. It's remarkable to see. So I hope you can also lift this trophy here, but I'm sure that you can. So I wish you all the best for the rest of the season. I want to thank all the sponsors, Ball Kids, Chair Umpire, everyone who make this event so good. It's the Happy Slam. It's a very nice place to be in Europe. It's snow, and I'm where my parents are. It's minus 20 degrees in the morning, so it's better running in the sun here. So it's obviously a huge tournament for me, but I want to thank everyone for making this slam so special. Then is my team there, everyone who is in this box, and not only also watching from home who works with me. We are trying to get better every day. Even during the tournament, we try to get stronger, trying to understand every situation a little bit better. So I'm so glad to have you there, supporting me, understanding me, which sometimes it's not easy because I'm still a little bit young sometimes, but it is what it is. I just want to thank everyone. Most importantly, the support has been crazy throughout the whole two weeks. You guys make me feel home, so thank you so much. It's a court with 15,000 people, but it feels like much more. So thank you so much for everyone. Everyone who is watching from home, especially my family, I wish that everyone could have my parents, because they always let me choose whatever I wanted to. Even when I was younger, I made also some other sports, and they never put pressure on myself, and I wish that this freedom is possible for as many young kids as possible. So thank you so much for my parents. And yeah, that's it. I don't know anymore what to say. So guys, see you next year. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the action ends here in Melbourne, the attention moves now to the next slam, which of course is in Paris at Roland Garros from May 20 to June 9th. That concludes our official presentation. There will be a photo opportunity, and then Yannick will be completing a lap of honour with the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup. Would you please give both of these champion players one more round of applause? And we look forward to welcoming you again back here at Melbourne Park to Rod Laver Arena for the Australian Open in 2025. Thank you very much.
Well, as Daniel said in the past, you're either on the edge of history or the edge of heartbreak, and unfortunately for Medvedev, he was on the wrong side of that particular quote once again. He is an amazing tennis player, he's a phenomenal talker, and he is a huge asset to the ATP Tour, the men's tour, and he brings so much to tennis matches that it's hard to overestimate his qualities. He was resilient, he was durable, the extra mileage on the clock coming into that final, ultimately a little bit telling. But not only does Jannik Sinner hit a tennis ball well, but he makes a speech well as well for somebody so young. And Fitzy, it's just been an amazing summer, and you couldn't have scripted an ending better than that, unless of course you're standing on the right of that picture. You would have scripted it very differently. What a start from Medvedev as well. He shocked everybody.
Well, I think the game of tennis deserves to be proud to have these two young men playing it. They are great ambassadors for us, for our sport. It's a global one. They're from different cultures, but they both remain very decent and very honest and true to themselves, I think. So I think we deserve to be proud of both of them. And the whole tournament, gee, what a phenomenon it's been this year. But yeah, this young man, he just oozes decency, doesn't he? And modesty. You know, you could almost see by his body language there when he was speaking how modest he is. And it's a fresh feeling, I think.
And it's not a facade, it is who he is. It's authentic. Real. It's like Daniel, you know, he is so authentic. There are other players out there and other people in other sports and walks of life that are very surface, and you kind of can feel it, and you just know that both of these two, and Daniel's had his run-in with the crowds. He's a different person. He's always been somebody that almost wanted an army of believers rather than those of indifference, but he's changed his tune. He's worked hard on his personality. He had a lot of love in there tonight. Oh, yeah. It's very different from 2022. You earn respect in life. That is not given to you, and he's earned it.
Yeah, look, I think he wasn't all at fault either in 2022. I think the crowd was wrong a bit, quite a bit that year, and I think there was a bit of momentum built from early in the tournament, and you know, he might have said the odd thing at the, you know, after a match at one stage, and the crowd sort of did turn a little bit against him, but he didn't deserve it. He was magnificent 2 years ago, and now he's learnt from that too. He's shown the maturity to step up and say, well, okay, that's part of tennis. You know, I can't please everyone all the time, and I need to be decent towards the crowd as well, and he's been great, and he was just as magnificent here, even maybe more so than he was 2 years ago. So I genuinely hope that Daniil Medvedev wins that trophy one day. I hope he does. It would make me very happy, but gee, I'm happy to see this young Italian come through, and he's a promoter's dream.
Well, he's also a tennis dream, because he's in a market that has exploded in the last 10 years. And the fact that they have now somebody, a third man, to pick up some of the most precious silverware that we have in tennis is going to go a long way in terms of growing that particular market. The Tour finals, the best of the best, move to Turin, and then you have Yannick coming off the back of winning the Davis Cup for Italy as well, and then going on to become the sixth man that's done that particular double over the years. He's recreating rare feats of greatness already at 22 years of age, and that only bodes well for everybody in the sport. He is another one of those, a bit like Alcaraz and others that have come along, where they create the ripple, and there are beneficiaries all over the sport. And he is versatile. He loves the clay. He doesn't necessarily feel as comfortable on the grass, but he has learned to be very, very good on it as well, as we've seen with his conquests there and his close matches with Djokovic. And on a hard court in New York, he was very difficult to beat last year. It took Zverev 4 hours, 40 minutes. He had match point against Alcaraz. He could have won it in 2022. There are more majors coming his way.
No, not a shadow of a doubt. I mean, that would be shocking if he didn't ever win another major. He'll win more than a handful, you would think, and you can't get ahead of yourself in this sport too much, because each major win is a long journey. They're difficult to win, and I think grass, though, he'll be better on grass than he thinks. He can give Wimbledon a shake one day, and certainly here in the US Open, and maybe even the French on that slow red clay there. What a tournament, Petch. It's been a treat.
And is that not the most perfect ending there? Sinner's Cinderella story at midnight, with all the ball kids who have been absolutely phenomenal throughout the course of this tournament. It's not always easy here in Melbourne. There were some hot days. There was a lot of cooler ones, thankfully. But there was a lot of late nights. And they have also added everything to such a smooth running of the event. Craig Tiley once again has, alongside his team, just put on an absolutely magnificent show. There are no horizons for Tennis Australia when it comes to this event. There is nothing that they don't see, that they can't do, that they won't innovate, and they have transformed Melbourne Park and the Australian Open.
They're at the forefront of imagination here. There's new innovation every year. It goes from strength to strength, and it's, you know, I'm shocked as an Australian. I played at Cain in the old days, pre-1988, and then came across to Flinders Park, as it was known then, when the tournament transferred here. It has grown immeasurably since then. In my lifetime, it's sort of shocking to see it, but enthralling. And you know, I'm so proud of it as an Aussie, just to see.
And you should be proud. This is superior in lots of ways as a fan experience for so many players. I don't want to get into the discussions of which one is more prestigious. That's for another time and another conversation with other people. But for me, coming here every single year to see the willingness to push the envelope, the boundaries, to make tennis so popular for people that have been traditionalists and those that are more contemporary and those who are visiting for the first time, there's not a fan that hasn't walked away with a great experience of a tennis event. And if that puts another racket in somebody else's hand, that is another win for everyone as the team step onto court. And what a night it is going to be. Minimal dancing, looking at those collective group of gentlemen, and maximum intoxication.
You know what I love? I know Darren Cahill very well. I don't know the rest of that group at all. But he pushed the previous coach, the coach that's been with Yannick longer, he pushed him to the forefront when Yannick came to the top of the stairs. There's modesty coming from him too. You know, and that's what a young guy like this has surrounded himself with. Decency and you know, people that he has faith in.
He came from humble beginnings. He came from the restaurant. He came from his dad being a chef. He became...
He's been parented so well. You can tell. We've never met his parents. I haven't. But they've been excellent examples to him.
I'm happy for Lawrence Frankopan as well. He have obviously done this successful journey with Sam Wawrinka, who he still represents right now. But obviously for Joe, who's just off to the left of your picture, there's Lawrence there, part of the Starwin management group. They also picked up Yannick. They were obviously hopeful and saw potential. But having done it with Stan here in 2014, they have done it with Yannick Sinner here as well. And that smile will only... I don't know if it can get any bigger, Fitzy, but it's going to be there in the morning.
I think it'll be permanent tomorrow morning. He will never get rid of it. There's his mate.
Alex, and again, I go back to that commodity of loyalty. He knows him better than anyone else. He was the one that said that Yannick should make his own decisions. He was one that was very party to the decision to split from Riccardo Piatti. And 10 years they've known each other, and I think, and I would be very surprised if Alex isn't still there right at the back end of it. There'll be a few social media posts that Alex will have to take care of at the end of this. But Berta's got himself, got Yannick in the perfect physical condition to get himself through a major to win it, and credit to him, he's done his job.
What about a word for Riccardo Piatti?
Yep, absolutely.
Please, let's not forget him and what he did with this young man.
Yeah, Riccardo, one of the most respected coaches out there on the tour, has got his academy just over the border from Monaco over in Italy there. And
well, I'm sure Riccardo will be watching. He may be watching in his own language, but he'll be seeing these scenes. And if he ever hears our words to him, we wish him well. And we take our hat off.
Simone Magnozzi alongside Yannick there. Played himself, got himself up into the world's top 200, but it's in the coaching department of this sport that he has absolutely excelled. First with Giginato getting through to the semis of the French Open, and now with Yannick, and here's Darren Cahill. He's been here before. Worked with Leighton Hewitt, he's worked with Andre Agassi, Simona Halep. He has done an incredible job with every single person that he's worked with.
And I would suggest this will be the 4th time he takes someone or contributes as a coach or a dual coach situation to take his fourth player to number 1. He will get there one day.
Yeah, he stayed at number 4, even off the back of this particular win, such as the points difference at the moment. But as you say, he's not going to be far away. That is the equal highest ranking of any Italian male of all time. Adriano Panatta also reached that peak.
Great start to the year, though. Let's see where he is in 11 months when that computer does its full circle. Who knows?
He's got points to put on, as we said. Both these two, after the Australian Open last year, actually dipped outside the world's top 10. They had a lean spell. Looked like they'd found a little sugar in the tank, but not anymore. Sweet success here in Melbourne for Jannik Sinner, as those pictures and these pictures get beamed around the world. A new star is born in the nighttime sky of Melbourne, and it is one that is going to shine for a very long time.
And thank goodness for us.
We will be the beneficiaries, and not only we will be the beneficiaries of Jannik in isolation, but Jannik, like so many of the great sort of rivalries of the past, we've just come through a great generation with the big three and Andy, of course, but Carlos is going to be a better player because of Jannik. Daniel's going to be a better player. Once again, we are going to have a situation where we are going to watch tennis taken to another place that we perhaps didn't think it could be. And it is going to be fantastic to watch.
Bets the game survives.
It regenerates, doesn't it?
It regenerates, it moves forward, it gets better. The players are never bigger than the game.
Holger Rune will be inspired by watching one of his great rivals pick up a trophy that he's desperately wanting to get his hand on. But there is a magnetism about the way that Jannik plays. He may not be all court all of the time, but there is this hypnotic manner in which he plays tennis, and the way that he moves, and that whole nuance out and the sides through his skiing, getting low, getting back, and all of the things that we have come to love about his tennis that we are going to revel in. We wondered whose name was going to go next to Novak Djokovic on the Walk of Champions, the Corridor of Champions. Novak, a 10-time champion here. He had never lost in the semi-finals before this man had knocked him out. And at 2 sets to love down, things weren't looking the same for Jannik Sinner. But cue the Rocky music, and cue, unfortunately, for Daniil Medvedev, a glimpse into the past that predicted his future as he stands there with the runner-up plate. This man with the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup, and he is the winner in Australia for the first time in his career.
Congrats. Thank you. haven't checked the phone yet, so
Maybe the parents.
well, parents has to be. I mean, they are supporting me every. Yeah, since I'm a small kid, so it has to be them.
I mean, it feels like a moment ago you were just this kid from Italy, now you're
Yeah.
Grand Slam champion.
Yeah, it's I still have to realize that's been a hell of a journey, but hopefully I'm not gonna stop here. I know that I can improve still, and I'm looking forward to it. So it's the work has just started.
So how are you going to treat yourself now? You have to do something, right?
Yeah, but I think it's a busy evening here for me. I have to see what I have to do, but yeah, it's a lot of emotions. I still have to process it in the right way, and then after, I think back in Italy with the people who I'm close to, it's good to celebrate them.
How are you so calm right now? I can't believe this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just trying to process it in the right way. Usually, I'm always the kind of man who tries to stay as calm as possible. But I have inside me, I have a lot of feelings and emotions.
All right, enjoy this. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, guys. Danke.
Merci vielmals.
Ja, danke. Thank you.
Yannick, congratulations. Thank you. You look very comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm trying for the first time, so that's the support means a lot.
Do I need to beat you? How does this feel?
It feels great. I mean, I just have to process it, I guess. It's you guys know how it feels the first time, and yeah, happy. I think the most or the best moment was when I went in the locker room to hug my people. They are making it feel so special, and then they also know the process, what's behind. So it's a great moment for me.
I love what you said on court about your family and the freedom that they gave you to choose this. You could have pursued skiing, but this is where you are, and your dreams, well, some of them came true today. And how is that settling in as you kind of ponder all of that?
Yeah, it has been a hell of a journey until now, even if I'm only 22. My parents, they always gave me the belief that I can do it in one way, but in the other way, they always kept zero pressure on myself. I had pressure when I started to play the first professional tournaments, when I played the Future and then Challengers, because I didn't want them to pay for my things. But from that moment, I had my own money to provide for my team, and then that for me was a game changer.
I guess coming back from 2 sets to love down, mentally to be so strong to be able to do that, how were you able to dig deep in your first major final?
Yeah, the match was going so fast, the first 2 sets, and I had zero chance to play with this level, but then I was looking forward for just, these small chances, and then after somehow I managed to break him, trying, to win 1 set at a time, and then 1 game at a time, and that's it. To be honest, the support has been crazy throughout the whole 2 weeks, and without them would have been impossible today.
So you've done this, Yannick, but there's quite the Italian community here in Melbourne, and the
course, they've been packing out not just Rod Laver Arena to cheer you on, or right here at Garden Square, Grand Slam Oval, riding every moment with you tonight, cheering you on when you were 2 sets down. But of course, home, Italy, these are some of the scenes back there. Yeah, watching you tonight.
Yeah, look at the picture, it's just, you know, I felt like playing at home. There were a lot of support for me. I also knew that I played in a very good time in Italy, so it was great. Great to experience it. Even if I would have lost today, I know that that was a learning experience for me. It was a great match and a great opportunity, and I took it in the right way, even in the way I played. So I'm very happy.
So you and Daniel have played a lot. You played a bunch last year, and I'm wondering if you were expecting the style of play that he played the first 2 sets, because it was different than he normally plays. Did that surprise you, what he was doing early in the match?
I was expecting it. He was pushing the ball more, but not this way. So he came out crushing the ball, moving me around. So I had my game plan, but it didn't work. So I tried to change a couple of things as soon as possible, but he was pushing the ball as hard as I never saw him before. So he's also improving. He's trying to make a step forward, and yeah, for sure we will see him to hold this trophy.
And you have an Australian connection with Darren Cahill. My first coach as well, mate. What has he brought to the team? One of your coaches.
Yeah, you know it better than me, I guess.
But it must have helped, obviously, with his experience, I guess, coming in and being around the semi-finals and finals of Grand Slams.
We were calm throughout the whole day today. He kept the whole team with a great composure, and he is a very nice man. Look, he has his great family next to him, behind him, and this makes him a very special coach. So it's crazy.
And what about that last moment when you're serving for the championship, a life-changing moment for a player playing in their first major? What were those moments like as you came closer to the title?
I just tried to stay in a positive mindset, like before, but also trying to take it. I don't want to lose this trophy standing back. I wanted to stand close to the line, trying to hit, and also the match point. I tried to move him. So you know, it was a great moment. And but you know, even the scoreboard, I was 5-3. Even if he breaks me, it was 5-4. You know, I was up in the score, so it's a little different.
Look at that reaction. That's you.
Yeah.
Lying on Rod Laver Arena as a Grand Slam champion.
Still have to believe.
Tell me, Yannick, back home, this is going to take you, I'm sure you're already a huge star over there. This will take you in an upper echelon. Was there an Italian sports star that you idolised as a young kid?
Yeah, there are many, to be honest. But in other way, it's great to see that the tennis is moving again in the right way. I mean, there are so many people who try to play again a little bit of tennis. The tennis courts are full, and I think that's great to see, because Italy is a great nation. We have sea, we have the mountains, we have different mentalities also. So it's good to bring some of this in the tennis court.
Well, it's 12:30 night here in Melbourne. You still have more media commitments, things that you're going to need to do, but then it's your time. What is your plan tonight with your team? How do you guys plan to celebrate this momentous occasion?
I don't know. I think we will celebrate tomorrow, after tomorrow, you know, with a good mindset. And that's it. Look, I have no idea. I'm really hungry now, so I try to eat something as soon as possible. If you someone heard me back there, just give me something to eat.
And you know the Corona boys, they've been cheering you on from afar as well. And there's been a few dressed up as characters. Here we go.
Look, it's having them next to me
to go to some food.
Also snacks, whatever it's here.
It's all right.
We've got some pasta and sushi, I think.
Yeah, I know avocado.
Lawrence, no avocado. If there's no avocado.
We were sitting there, we were still very confident sitting there. We've got 2 more live TVs, and then
Can I add something before?
let's do live TV to do live TV because it's live. Then Rolex quickly, and then we'll go back and we'll grab a quick bite quickly, and then we've got to do probably another 45 minutes.
What people?
Australia's men's singles champion, Yannick. Congratulations. Bravo, bravo. We'll get you wake up and get you ready. What an incredible match. What an incredible moment in your young life. And you can hear the support that you've got behind the scenes from the Italian fans. I'm sure they will be delighted behind it. First of all, emotions. What is going through your mind?
Many things.
I'm getting some brought up from our building.
That was a hell of a walk. Pack up.
That's done, is it?
I don't know if he was talking to me about taking it to the ESPN. Yeah, right.
Do you want to take it off yet? You're all right.
No, that's all right. Let's get the lift out. We've got to go down to 1. It's over here.
Just there, that one?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Safest.
Well done.
Oh, no, good job.
You too.
No, you did well. Getting through the doors. I didn't tell you, but mind you, they moved the jib. So they changed the shot from where we were.
Yeah.
The first time I went, we were going to be that way. Everything was me. I should have, but there's so many people.
The security guards started pushing you down the wrong staircase. And I'm like,
yeah.